You're watching NASA TV.
Good morning and welcome to Mission Control Houston. I'm Shaniqua Vereen and we are live inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where we'll be bringing you live coverage today of the 265th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. We're currently in a LOS, or a small brief period between our satellites. We'll have imagery back inside the International Space Station for you. Today we'll be seeing two NASA astronauts, Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen, who will exit the station's Quest airlock to install an upgraded IROSA, or International Space Station RoIl-Out solar array, on the 1B power channel today. And that is on the starboard truss of the station. The new ISS solar array, or IROSA, will increase the space station's total available power.
Houston airlock on 1 for step 11. We have the recorded GMT 11:30. 1130.
Copy, 11:30.
Today's spacewalk will see the sixth IROSA mounted to the existing station solar arrays. The fifth array installed just last week on June 9th by the same duo. The new solar arrays are 60 feet long by 20 feet wide and will shade a little more than half of the original arrays, which are 112 feet by 39 feet wide. Each new IROSA will produce more than 20 kilowatts of electricity, and once all are installed, will enable a 30% increase in power production over the station's current arrays. Prior to the start of today's coverage, we did hear that the crew is running about 10 minutes ahead of their schedule. And now you're looking live into the equipment part of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, where you see NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and UAE, or the United Arab Emirates, astronaut Sultan Al-Nayati helping out the duo get suited up today. You see NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. He suited up in the suit with the red stripes. And there he is on the left of your screen, on the center of your screen. And Steve Bowen, he's on the right or the lower portion of your screen, and he is in this unmarked suit. And again, they are preparing right now for their exit of that Quest airlock a little later this morning.
Houston airlock for the MEDOX suit numbers. We've got 20 and 22.
Be copy, good numbers.
This spacewalk will be the second spacewalk of Hoburg's career, completing his first just a week ago, and this will be the 10th for Bowen. This will tie Bowen with Mike Lopez Alegria, Bob Behnken, Peggy Whitson, and Chris Cassidy for most spacewalks by a U.S. astronaut. Bowen has accumulated 60 hours and 22 minutes of spacewalking time in his previous 9 EVAs. This is going to be the 6th spacewalk for Expedition 69 and the 8th spacewalk of 2023.
In airlock step 21, is 1134, 1134.
We copy 1134.
And again, you're looking live inside the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. The duo are suited up and going through some final procedures before they head out the hatch later this morning. Also in the airlock assisting is NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and UAE astronaut secondInternational. During today's spacewalk, Hoburg and Bowen will focus on the installation of the IrOSA on the S6 truss for the 1B power channel, whose array has some degraded power strings. This will complete the third pair of IrOSAs for the station.
And Houston airlock, good leak check on both EMUs.
Houston copies, good leak check.
The spacewalking duo arrived to the station, a part of the Crew 6 mission, NASA SpaceX Crew 6 mission, and they arrived to the station after a launch from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. They launched from Complex 39A, and they arrived to the orbiting laboratory 2 days later. They launched on March 2nd and arrived to the station 2 days later. And along with those duo will also be on station is Expedition 69. Also includes astronaut Frank Rubio from your left, Roscosmos cosmonaut Dmitry Patelin, UAE or United Arab Emirates astronaut Sultan Adiyati. You see your spacewalking duo there in the center. That's Woody Hoburg. And to the right is going to be Stephen Bowen. And beside him, it's going to be Dmitry Patelin of Roscosmos. And to the right of him is going to be the commander of the station currently. That's Sergei Prokopiev. You currently see NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and Sultan Adiyati of the United Arab Emirates currently working on a SAFER. The SAFER is that portion of the spacesuit that is going to be just in case, in the unlikelihood that the crew member is separated from the International Space Station. That safer is going to give them just enough propulsion to get back to the station. And again, we did say the duo is ahead of their normal schedule. We currently see the suit-up leads helping out Steve Bowen get his safer attached. That safer, or that simplified aid for EVA rescue. Again, that's essentially that jetpack the astronauts wear when they perform spacewalks. And again, this is just a precautionary measure in the unlikely event that an astronaut were to become untethered from the space station. That safer would allow the crew member to safely propel themselves back to station. Again, once the safers are successfully installed on the astronauts, they will be moved through the equipment lock portion of the airlock you see on the top of your screen, and they will go into that next session, the crew lock portion of that Quest airlock. The hatch will then be closed behind them, and final preparations will begin to depressurize the crew lock all the way down to vacuum. They'll then complete suit checks and communication checks with the flight control team here in Houston before venturing outside the hatch. Again, now you see Sultan Anayati and Frank Rubio working together to install the safer on Woody Hoburg's suit. Again, you can tell the difference between the two spacewalkers by their stripes. Woody Hoburg has the suit with the red stripe, or the EV1, Extravehicular Crew Member 1, and then you see Stephen Bowen to the left, and he has a suit with no stripes. And he is designated EV2, or Extravehicular Crew Member 2. The spacesuits you see the duo wearing now are EMUs, or extravehicular mobility units, which are essentially a mini life support system providing environmental protection, mobility, and communications for the crew members during their spacewalk today. If you're just joining us, we're bringing you live coverage today of the 8th Spacewalk of 2023 and the 265th Spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. So far this morning, NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen have completed pre-breathe, and they are currently getting their safers installed. Once safers are successfully installed, we'll see those two go into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. And there we go. We currently see Sotananayati and Frank Rubio helping Woody Hoburg into the crew lock portion of that Quest airlock. And now we see them begin to put the safer on Stephen Bowen. Again, the safer or the simplified aid for EVA rescue is essentially a jetpack that the astronauts wear when they perform spacewalks. The safer is worn as a precautionary measure in the unlikely event that an astronaut were to become untethered from the space station. They can use the safer, and it would allow them to safely propel themselves back to the space station. Again, once the safers are successfully installed, you'll see both of the crew members moved into that crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. And then the hatch will be closed behind them. The final preparations will begin to depressurize the crew lock all the way down to vacuum. They'll then complete suit checks and communication checks with the flight control team here in Houston before venturing outside the hatch this morning. Again, if you're just joining us, we are bringing you live coverage today of the 8th spacewalk out of the ISS this year and the 265th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. So far, NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen have completed pre-brief. They've had their safers installed. We have Woody already in the crew lock portion, and we see them finishing up here installation for the safer on Stephen Bowen. Once Stephen has his safer successfully installed, we'll see the duo Frank Rubio, NASA astronaut, and UAE astronaut Sultan Adiyati move Stephen Bowen over into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. Once both spacewalkers are over in the crew lock portion, we'll see that hatch between them closed, and we'll begin procedures for depressurization. And now with his safer successfully installed, we see Stephen Bowen being led into that crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. Again, once both crew members are in a good configuration inside the crew lock portion, we'll see Sultan Adiyati, UAE astronaut, and NASA astronaut Frank Rubio move back, and we'll see them close that hatch. From there, we'll be looking at the depressurization process beginning. If you're just joining us, we're bringing you live coverage today of the 8th spacewalk of the ISS out of the ISS this year and the 265th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. So far, NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen have completed pre-brief. They had their safers installed, and they are inside the crew lock portion of that Quest airlock. Today's spacewalk will be Woody Hoburg's second and Stephen Bowen's 10th spacewalk. Hoburg is EV1 or extravehicular crew member 1. He's wearing the suit with the red stripes. You'll see his helmet cam once he exits the hatch today. He will be helmet cam number 22. Boeing is designated as EV2 or extravehicular crew member number 2. And he has the suit with no stripes, and he will have helmet cam number 20 today. And right now, you see Frank Rubio, who is looking like he is closing the hatch right now between the crew lock and the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. All right, again, you're seeing the hatch closure. This is isolating Hoburg and Boeing in the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. Once the crew gets the go from the team in Houston, depressurization of the crew lock will begin. Depressurization will take the crew lock from its current 14.7 psi all the way down to vacuum. Final suit checks and comm checks will occur, and then the crew will be giving the go to place their suits on internal battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk.
And Houston airlock step 76 and 77 completed.
Yeah, copy that, Sultan. Good morning. And Houston's working on 78, 79, and 80. We'll let you know when they're complete.
Good morning, Nick. Copy regarding 78 through 80.
He was talking with it.
And Station Houston, you are now hot mic. Step 80 is complete. We're still working on 78 and 79.
81 copies. Good morning, Nick. 82 copies. Station call.
And you just heard a call from United Arab Emirates astronaut Sultan Adiyati, and the response from Nick Hague, NASA astronaut Nick Hague, who's Capcom, or the capsule communicator, communicating all the way through pressurization this morning, at which point the ground IV, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons, will take over communications, walking the crew through today's spacewalk. Gibbons was selected by the Canadian Space Agency as one of the 2 members of the 2017 TSA group alongside Joshua Kutrick. And in the room, you'll see Brendan Lloyd, flight director, who will be leading the charge today. And we have lead spacewalk officer Megan Shutika and Miranda Nelson also helping out with today's EVA. You won't hear them, but they'll be working behind the scenes, helping everything run smoothly.
ImranKhan. Want to let you know we're done with step 78, 79. Your go to press in step 81, and when you get to step 84, you are go.
We are go for step 81, and in step 84 we are go for the cue card.
That's good, read back.
Steve, this is step for you, just checking the deepest pump power is off.
First pump power is off.
By deepest pump enabled AD is on.
Enable LED is on.
Okay, so we've got the go to perform the depress cue card, and we'll give you the commands once ready.
Okay, ready.
And you just heard Sultan Adiyati confirm that they had the go for depress.
Right, Steve, on the UIA, switch depress pump power on.
Depress pump power is on.
For 10 seconds for completion of startup.
Okay, that should be 10 seconds.
I'll take the deepest pump manual isolation valve to open. Expect an alert on.
First pump manual isolation valve is open.
Both of you during this time, monitor suit pressure gauge is always less than 5.5.
Copy. Copy.
At this time, depressurization will occur in a two-stage fashion. The crew lock will be taken down to about 5.5 pounds per square inch of pressure, and which point they'll pause in depressurization to do a system check. Then depressurization will resume to get the crew lock all the way down to vacuum. Once it gets down to vacuum, Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen will conduct suit checks and communication checks with Mission Control Houston before they put their suits on internal battery power. Again, that will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. And again, we're in a brief handover period between satellites. But we're back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where the Orbit 2 team is ready to support today's spacewalk under the direction of Flight Director Brandon Lloyd. To his right at the Capcom console is Ground IV Jenny Gibbons, who serves as spacewalk communicator, who will talk directly with the crew during the spacewalk, helping them to choreograph timelines and procedures. And to her right is Capcom or capsule communicator, NASA astronaut Nick Hague. And again, you'll hear him communicating with the crew up until the point of depressurization this morning, at which point the ground IV will take over communicating with the spacewalking duo.
Just a reminder, Woody and Steve, when the crew lock at 6 psi, expect an alert on.
Copy. Copy.
And the crew airlock just under 9 psi. Again, we are looking for a pause at around 5.5 psi for some system checks. Again, following this depressurization, we'll see the crew do comm and system checks with the ground here in Houston. Then they'll switch over to internal battery power, starting the official start of today's spacewalk. A U.S. spacewalk start and end time is measured from the time the crew places their spacesuit on internal battery power all the way to up until the repressurization occurs and they're back inside the crew lock following completion of their spacewalking task for the day. Again, we're just about 5 minutes until we hit that 5 pounds per square inch of pressure. Once 5 psi is reached, depressurization will be paused so that system checks can take place. They'll then resume depressurization to get the airlock down to vacuum. Again, we're coming up on 6 pounds per square inch. And we're looking for that pause around 5 pounds for system checks. Rubio and NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and UAE astronaut Sultan Adayati still inside the equipment section, continuing to monitor depressurization on the Quest airlock, where NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen are suited up and undergoing preparations to venture outside of the space station's hatch for today's spacewalk. After about 5 psi is reached and system checks are performed, depress will continue until vacuum is reached.
Okay, Steve, press pump manual isolation valve go to close, please.
Press pump manual isolation valve is closed.
Extend alert on. On the DCM, switch display status until leak check, question mark displayed, and then switch display yes, hold for 2 seconds, and follow the displayed instructions.
And the crew lock is now down to 5 psi, and we are holding there. Again, we're going to be looking for some leak checks and other system checks before we continue down to vacuum.
Stephen Woody, I'm just verifying that you copied my last regarding the leak check.
Hey, Firm Sultan, I'm 20 seconds remaining in the leak check.
I am as well, 32.
All right, that is good.
EV1 good leak check, setting O2 actuator to EVA.
81, 82, good leak check, getting O2 actuator to EVA.
Okay, guys, that is good. Good leak check on both, and both you have the auto actuator to EVA.
Right, yeah.
Now, Steve, you're going to go and make the deepest pump man ISO valve open again, and expect an alert on.
V2 has O2 position EVA.
And I have, let me double check, V1's in EVA as well.
Okay. First pump manual isolation valve to open. It's open.
And we just heard we have 2 nominal leak checks, and we are continuing with depress.
Guys, the emergency MPEV is open. Monitor suit pressure gauge is always less than 5.5.
Copy.
And that crew lock portion is now down to about 2.9 psi, and we're looking for it to get down to vacuum.
All right, Steve, we're at 2 psi. Take the depress, man ISO valve to close.
Depress pump man isolation valve is closed.
And on the UIA, switch depress pump power off.
Depress pump power is off.
Okay, so I'm going to hand you to the your lovely ground IV, Jenny, and you will report the initial tether configuration to her for egress. And with that, I'm going to say all the best for this EVA. I'm sure you're going to crush it just like last time. Wish you all the best. We'll be here for support and make us proud.
Thank you so much, Sultan. You guys did a great job with suit up, and we look forward to seeing you in a few hours. Eddie, good morning.
Houston is with you, ready for your tether checks.
All right, Jenny. I'm looking at the airlock D-ring extender. On that, I have Steve's left waist tether. It's closed, locked, black on black, and the small hook of that waist tether is on his left D-ring extender, gate closed, locked, black on black. On Steve's right D-ring extender, we have his red hook, all gate closed, locked, black on black, going to his unlocked red reel, the anchor hook of the red reel, gate closed, locked, black on black, to my left waist tether, also gate closed, locked, black on black. The small hook of my waist tether is on my left D-ring, gate closed, locked, black on black. Also on my left D-ring is my red reel, gate closed, locked, black on black, and that red reel is unlocked with the anchor hook on my mini workstation.
All right, we copy. That is a good config.
Thanks, Jenny.
When the crew lock DPDT is approximately 0, expect an alert tone. We have a little ways to go.
Woody, that gauge starts moving really slow.
It sure does. I see it.
If you're just joining us, you're seeing live coverage inside the International Space Station, and we're covering the 265th spacewalk for the International Space Station assembly maintenance and upgrades. We have NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoburg going outside the hatch today to install an IROSA or an ISS rollout solar array on the 1B power channel. The crew so far today has gone and got in their suits. They did pre-brief. They had safers installed. They moved into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, and they have just finished depressurization. We'll be waiting for the crew to go onto that internal battery power, and from there we'll be starting the official time for today's spacewalk. Our duo are currently ahead of schedule. We had an estimated start time for today's EVA to be around 7:55 a.m. Central Time. However, again, the duo are ahead of the timeline. So once we hear the official go for internal battery power, that'll be the call out for the official start of today's spacewalk. If you're just joining us, we are bringing you live coverage today. You're seeing a live view inside the International Space Station. We have a spacewalking duo of NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoburg, who will be venturing outside of the International Space Station today in the 265th spacewalk for the International Space Station upgrades, maintenance, and assembly. So far, NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen have completed pre-brief. They've had their safers installed, and they are inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, where they have finished, or just about finished, their depressurization. Once they get down to complete vacuum, the duo will turn over to internal battery powers for their EMUs, or those mobility units that they're wearing, protecting them as they go outside of the International Space Station this morning. Again, once down to complete vacuum, the duo will do another system check, doing leak checks and communication checks with Mission Control Houston, and that'll happen before they put their suits on internal battery power. Again, this will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. And you just had a view of NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and Sultan Anayati of the United Arab Emirates inside the equipment section of the airlock, where they are continuing to monitor depress. They saw a camera out as they take pictures for the crew here on the ground that helps out with all the spacewalks. Again, we're in a brief period in between satellites. We'll have coverage back of the International Space Station here shortly. And you're seeing the Quest airlock from the outside. Here shortly, we will see our spacewalking duo exit the International Space Station, exiting the Quest airlock. Again, you're getting a view outside of the International Space Station of the Quest airlock, where our DO will be exiting soon. The International Space Station is flying 258 statute miles, and they are flying above Italy currently.
All right, Woody and Steve, it looks like we are below 0.5 psi. We will get you to verify the EV hatch gauge is less than 0.6 psi.
I see 0.4.
Copy, Woody. Open and stow the EV hatch.
Work. Jenny, just for your awareness, I got the Suit P high nuisance alarm. EV hatch open and stowed.
Copy, Woody. And I copy the hatch is open and stowed.
Affirm.
Sultan, take the emergency MPEV to closed.
And Jenny, I got the CP high message as well.
Copy, Supi high on Steve.
And Houston, from the airlock, the emergency MPEV is in closed position.
Copy, thank you, Sultan. And just to confirm, no action on those messages. Like you say, those are nuisance alarms for both Woody and for Steve. We are going to move into post-depress. So on your DCM, switch power to BAT, stagger your switch throws, and expect a warning tone.
Okay, EV1 switching. EV2 switching the battery. EV1's in bat. EV2's in bat.
Copy, EV1 and EV2 in BAT. Display Pro to verify functional displays.
Good display EV1. Good display EV2.
On the UIA, switch power EV1 and 2, both to off, OFF.
All right, power EV1 is off. Power EV2 is off.
Copy, Steve. Check power EV1 and 2 LEDs. All 4 are off.
All 4 LEDs on power EV1 and 2 are off.
On your DCMs, disconnect your SCUs, install your DCM covers, and stow the SCUs in their pouches.
EV1 copy. EV2 copies. All right, EV1 SCU stowed. And EV2 SCU is stowed.
Copy, 2 stowed SCUs. Check depress pump manual isolation valve closed.
First pump manualizers valve is closed.
Set your TCVs to max hot.
EV1 max hot.
EV2 max hot.
Switch water on.
V1 water on.
EV2 water on.
Check DCM blank bite off.
And at 7:42 a.m. Central Time, the 265th spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades has begun.
As desired, report the setting and all subsequent TCV changes.
EV1 going to 5.
Hoburg and Bowen are now on internal battery power.
Copy 5 for EV1, 4 for EV2. Report suit pressure gauge.
EV1 4.4.
EV2 4.4.
Copy both 4.4. Set your visors as required. We have 21 minutes until eclipse.
Visor down.
And visors up for EV2.
All right, copy both. With that, Woody, you can open the thermal cover. You can stow the hook on the stiffener tether point, cinch the strap, and report the Sharpie lines visible.
Okay, James, copy. Work.
Steve, for you, you can retrieve crew lock bag M. You will be keeping this bag on your BRT.
My crew lock bag M is attached to my BRT ret.
Copy.
And Hoburg will now work to open that thermal cover and make their way outside of the space station hatch to begin their work for today.
Thermal cover, tether shown on the point with 6 lines visible.
Copy, 6 lines visible. Woody, you can egress the airlock and inspect both load alleviating straps.
Good work.
And that was ground IV Jenny Gibbons to the crew, telling the crew they do have to go to open the thermal covers and exit the Quest airlock this morning.
Benny, both load alleviating straps look to be in good condition. I'm ready to perform the tether swap.
Copy, Woody. You are go. You will need your yellow hook on the green reel, which is on the aft external D-ring.
Benny, that's complete. Yellow hook, gate closed, locked to my previous green reel. Picking up the green hook.
Copy. Woody and Steve, for your awareness, we have
Green hook is
we have a period of ratty calm coming up. We might lose you for about a minute. We're going to treat this like a short handover, so I'm still prime IV. Woody, I'll take your check.
Let's see. Steve.
Come in
Hey,
here.
what are you at?
You get it?
I heard I just bump it.
There it goes.
Thank
Make sure it's not wrapped around anything.
Jenny, as I said, I have a good load path to the airlock. My yellow hook is down, gate closed, locked black on black to my green reel. And the green hook is also attached to my red reel. Gate closed, locked black on black, and that reel's unlocked. I now have Steve's anchor hook. Steve's yellow hook. Gate closed, locked, block on block to Steve's green reel. I'm picking up Steve's green hook.
We copy, Woody.
All right, Steve's green hook is gate closed, lock, block on block to his red reel. Both his red and yellow reels are unlocked. I see that as a good tether config.
We agree, Woody. That is a good config. You can give Steve a go to release his waist tether. We'll have you positioned on the aft side of the airlock.
If you ever go to release your waist tether and egress, I'm on the aft side. All right, you're on the outside. Waist tether released on the egress. Copy.
Houston copies. Once you're out, you can both turn on your HECAs.
And you just heard it, Ground IB confirming that Woody Hoburg, EV1, has exited the hatch this morning, and we are waiting for Stephen Bowen to join him on the outside of the International Space Station.
And Steve's hack is on. I'm almost out. Looking good, Steve.
Copy. $20 seconds to a short handover.
Okay.
And we are in a brief handover period between satellites. We'll have views of the duo outside the International Space Station here for you shortly.
I think this phone might be your key.
Houston's back with you.
Welcome back, Jenny. I'm going to be kicking off buddy checks in just a moment here.
Copy. Before doing that, let's close the thermal cover.
I got it. Thank you, Steve. You're welcome. Nice. All right, hopefully it stays there. Someplace close to there. Want it tightened up a little, or? I think I'm okay. Okay. All right. Ready for checks. Perfect. I see 1, 2, 3 tabs up. 2 mini workstation, 1 BRT. I'm looking at your safer handles. I see 1.
And currently no views of the duo, but both are outside the airlock at this point, and we hear them going through some buddy checks. They're making sure their cameras are good, their safer handles are down, and tethers and tools are in a good configuration before they begin their work today.
It's right in front of your PGT. I think it's in a good spot, but thank you. We'll watch it as I go. All right. That looks good to me, Steve. All right. What do I see? 1, 2 safer handles down. See 3 tabs up. I see your HECA light, but not your WVS.
Okay, checking. And Steve, I can see the WVS light is on. But it's just on. Okay. Up there it is. Yeah, I see it now. All right, and I see the center config as you stated, and you look good. All right. My gloves are good, my half is dry. Yep, gloves are good and half dry on EV1. Jenny, I think we're ready.
I copy good buddy checks, dry haps, and good gloves. We are headed into a 8-minute data LOS. We will have voice the whole pass. I'm still Prime IV. You can begin your translation to the work site. Steve, you're leading. Let me know when you're ready for a caution.
All right, give me 1 second. Just put my left wave tether on my left-hand side. All right, heading out. All right, Steve, see you out there. Yep. And my wave tethers, or safety tether correction is coming up your right side. Yeah. Try it.
And you heard Ground IV Jenny Gibbons give the crew that 8-minute warning. We won't have any views of the duo for about 8 minutes, but we will hear them and they'll hear Jenny from inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. We heard Jenny give Stephen Bowen the okay to head over to his work site. That work site will be the Flight Support Equipment, or the FSE work site. That is where the pallet is that currently holds the IROSA. Bowen is heading there to release some sea bolts as Woody prepares to get on the Canada-Arm. That SSRMS, or that remote robotic manipulator system, will be used today to fly Woody around as he carries that IROSA to their work spot at that 1B power channel. Again, Flight Director Brandon Lloyd leading the room today. To his right is going to be that ground IV that I was talking about. That's Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. And to her right is Nick Hague. Again, we heard Nick earlier as the Capcom for the duo through DPRESS. And now we'll hear Jenny for the rest of the procedures and walkthrough of today's spacewalk. Again, in a LOS, or a loss of signal currently. However, we will have a portion of today's spacewalk that will be conducted during an eclipse, which is necessary for the cable mating portion of today's spacewalk. Again, this is the only way to essentially stop the rays from gathering power from the sun. To keep our crew safe, we are conducting the cable mating once again in that eclipse time frame. Right now, we do have the duo that should be Woody Hoburg, EV1, extravehicular crew member 1, and Stephen Bowen, EV2, extravehicular crew member number 2. They are outside of the station. Woody Hoburg is setting up that Canada-Arm 2, while we have Stephen Bowen in translation over to that FSE, or that Flight Support Equipment that pallet that currently holds the IROSA, or that ISS RoIl-Out solar array. After Woody Hoburg gets in the articulated portable foot restraint that is attached to that Canadarm2, he will head over to the FSE as well, where the duo will then release the IROSA from where it's currently being held. They will then use the Canadarm2 using a leapfrog maneuver where the duos each take it and release the IROSA until they get into their workstation at the 1B power channel. Again, after that IROSA is released from that flight support equipment pad, we'll see them relocate the IROSA from the FSC over to their new work site. That work site will be at the 1B power channel, and that is the opposite. It's still on the starboard truss, but it is the opposite side of where last week's spacewalk took place, on the 1A power side. If you're just joining us, you're seeing a live view inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Mission Control, Houston, where today we're bringing you live coverage of the 265th spacewalk in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. Thus far, we had NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen exit the International Space Station, officially starting today's spacewalk at 7:42 a.m. Central Time. The duo are currently outside of the International Space Station, and they are heading to their first work site, that is the FSE, or the Flight Support Equipment Pad. Again, the FSE is that area where the IROSA is currently being held. Today's spacewalk will see the 6th IROSA mounted to the existing station solar arrays. The 5th array installed just last week on June 9th by the same duo. The new arrays are 60 feet by 20 feet wide, 60 feet long by 20 feet wide, and will shade a little more than half of the original arrays, which are 112 feet long by 39 feet wide. Each new IROSA will produce more than 20 kilowatts of electricity, and once all are installed, will enable a 30% increase in power production over the station's current arrays. This is the 6th spacewalk for Expedition 69 and the 8th spacewalk of 2023 out of the International SpaceStation. We should begin views here shortly for you of the duo outside the International Space Station.
Until we set up the values.
Copy, Sultan.
Woody, can you ensure your tools and tethers are clear?
Tools and tethers well clear, Jams. Green rails unlocked, and Steve's tether is clear.
Copy all.
All right, verifying 5/8, 12-inch, going to my PT.
Copy, Steve. Next, you'll be breaking torque on C12 at stanchion
Hold on, I
alpha.
have to install it. I was just verifying I had the right socket. Let me get it installed.
Then yes, you're looking for the 5/8, 12-inch.
All right, it's installed with a good pull check.
Copy, good pull
Now I
test.
am ready.
Copy, good pull test, Steve. You can translate to stanchion alpha. We're breaking torque on C12.
C12 breaking torque, go to station alpha.
Good words.
We're ready for the motion, so it's going to be station forward, followed by station nadir.
Go find your go.
Of the motion. Start your motion.
Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
And you're hearing UAE astronaut Sultan Adiyati inside of the International Space Station, who will be controlling that Canadarm2 that will be used to move around EV1 Woody Hoburg, NASA astronaut, as he goes towards the FSC. Once released, we heard Stephen Bowen is going to be working on releasing those C-bolts at the FSC that will release the IROSA.
Copy, continue, and 3 meters to go.
Again, Woody Hoburg is going to be on the end of that SSRMS, or that robotic manipulator system known as the Canadarm2, which we use for today's spacewalk. He will be attaching the APFR, or that articulating portable foot restraint, to the robotic system. This will allow him to get on the end and fly, technically. And we have our first views of the outside. Again, we see Woody Hoburg in the suit with the red stripes. He is inside that APFR, or that articulating portable foot restraint, on the end of the robotic arm.
Continue.
Behind Woody, you do see Stephen Bowen, the suit with no stripes. He has that pistol grip tool in hand, or that space drill, and he'll be using that today to create torque and release C-bolts.
Our next motion is going to be a journal cast. It's a nadir back of journal cast of 4.5 minutes.
Sounds great. I'm ready. All right, Teddy. Breaking torque. Bravo 3. Counterclockwise 2. Less than half a turn on C12.
Good words.
And that's complete.
Copy, Steve. show your PGT and translate to C11 stanchion delta.
All right, translating to C11.
Woody, I'll take a glove inspection and hop check from you.
Absolutely. Jams, dry hop. No change to the gloves.
Copy. Dry hap, no change to the gloves, Woody.
All right, Woody, ready when you are for the journal cast.
Your go.
Copy, go, and starting motion.
Motion.
Copy, good motion.
And again, you're hearing from UAE astronaut Sultan Al-Ayadi, who's inside of the International Space Station. He is controlling the Canadarm2 today with Woody Hoburg, NASA astronaut, at the end. We currently see Stephen Bowen, NASA astronaut, working to release the remaining bolts holding the IROSA on the FSE, or that flight support equipment.
Counterclockwise 2.
Correction, Steve.
27 turns, is that correct?
Bravo 3, counter
Okay.
3.
Bravo 3, counter 3, sorry. And I'm looking for 27 turns.
Affirm, you'll be releasing C11 halfway.
All right, C11 halfway. All right, 27 turns on C11.
Copy. 27 turns, C11. You can retrieve the square scoop with the long-duration tie-down tether from the crew lock bag and stow it on your mini workstation. After that, we'll have you back at Stanchion Alpha.
All right, that's been worked. All right, let's go get it.
Hey, Steve.
Yes?
Watch your bag on the left for the blanket.
The blanket?
Yeah, it's just kind of getting down in there. You're looking good.
Oh, okay.
It's much better now.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. All right, scoop with the LBT.
And we did have good confirmation that the bolt was released, and Stephen Bowen is now going for that crew lock bag and removing that square scoop.
OD, your next motion is going to be a GCA to accomplish IROSA nadir position. We're expecting 1 meter body end.
Okay, Sultan, I'm ready for that.
Okay, stand by until we set up the values. We'll give you a go.
Let me just... Yeah, go ahead and set up the values, Sultan. Steve, looks like you're going to beat me there. That looks good. I could probably reach it once I'm in there as well, but I think we're probably faster right now. All right.
OD, we're just going to go and hold for now until we get confirmation from the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, and for Steve and Woody, Sultan's right. We're just going to wait on that next maneuver so that we can ensure Steve can translate back to the C11 bolt following the ops he does after installing this scoop here.
All right, I'm ready for PGT settings to remove C12. That's what I'm doing.
A-firm, you are releasing C12. Your settings are Bravo 3, counter 3.
Bravo 3, counter 3, and with 54 turns, correct?
A-firm, those are good settings, and you'll be fully releasing C12. The bolt will spring out. Expect 51 to 54 turns.
51 to 54 turns, fully springs out. Copy.
Good words.
And with that C11 C-bolt released, Steve Bowen has headed over to the C12 C-bolt, where he'll release that as well.
All right, 54 turns. And looks like it's sprung out. I will double check.
Copy, 54 turns.
Got a lot of wiggle in there. I can't tell if it's sprung out. I think I might give it a couple more turns just to verify. Is that all right?
Checking.
It looks pretty far out. It just doesn't spring.
Yeah, we're talking that, Steve. It seems like you'll have a hard time depressing it from where it is, just because it's in a tight spot.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, it does move. You could push it with a PGT. Or it just sprung out. All right, so I think I'm complete here. I can install the scoop.
All right, sorry about that, Steve. We can confirm that that is a good bolt, so you can stow your PCT, and then we'll have you install that scoop near C12.
Okay. PGT's installed. Or stowed.
Copy.
Going on. 45.
And that was a good release on C12.
Okay, good pull tech. Locked. Reading room ret from the PGT.
Stephen Bowen is now going to stow the Prescript 2 and install the scoop on the root beam micro square near the C12 bolt.
That's complete. The scoop and long duration tie-on tether is now installed. And I'm going to head over to 11.
Copy. Once you're there, I'll take a glove inspection and hap check, and we'll coordinate with Sultan and Frank.
All right, sounds good. Should go get the other scoop and have it ready, all right?
Affirm.
Sounds good, Steve. We'll bring up the scoop. Sultan and Frank, I'm ready for that GCA. If grounded, go.
Woody. We copy, and again, it's going to be a GCA to our published position. We're expecting 1 meter body in.
Go.
And Houston is ready. You can proceed.
Right, starting motion in body end direction.
Steve, watch your bag again. Good motion, Sultan.
Copy, good motion.
Again, you can see Woody Hoburg is on the move. He's working with Sultan Al-Ayadi, UAE astronaut inside the International Space Station. He's moving towards that FSE, where Stephen Bowen has now released those C-bolts that will allow them to move and relocate the IROSA to the 1B power channel.
Copy, continue.
Okay, no more X.
Wrapping out. And Woody, that was exactly 1 meter station, our body end.
Okay, Sultan, that's perfect. Could I also have 20 centimeters body down?
We copy 20 centimeters body down, starting motion.
Good motion.
Good motion, 10 to go. And Woody, that is 20 centimeters body down.
Okay, GCA complete.
GCA complete, and brakes are coming on. Brakes are on, Woody, we'll go for tethering.
I've got a ret on the scoop. My right hand. Annie, I've got some checks to read you when you'd like.
Copy, standby 1, Woody.
Okay. Hey, Steve. Yeah. Your safety tether is around your left leg. Around my left leg only? Yep. Okay. If you roll toward me, I can probably fix it if you'd like. All right, I can do that. Yep, that's a good direction. That's really nice. Okay, hang on. Stay right here for a minute. I will. Okay, it's looking good. Thank you. Absolutely. That explains a couple things.
All right, we have, Steve, you've retrieved that scoop. Is that correct?
I have the scoop on me. I've got a good glove and good hat check. And I'm ready to set up for C11.
Copy. Dry hat and good gloves, and we concur that's your next step. You can position for C11. At this point, caution and warnings for both of you. Prior to releasing IROSA, ensure the FSC is not moving. Steve, remain still during IROSA release. Don't put your fingers in.
And we're seeing a helmet cam view from helmet cam number 20 that's being worn by Stephen Bowen.
Copy. Copy.
Woody, we have 16 minutes until installation. Ensure your cooling, visor, and glove heaters are set.
Visor down to CV4, glove heaters on. And my heels are secure in the boot plate. Ingress A, tools and tethers all clear.
Copy. Check gauntlets down.
Gauntlets are down.
Let's do a buddy check of each other's helmets for any signs of water.
I have a great view into Steve's helmet, and I see no signs of water. Put your visor down. I can't see into yours anymore. Yeah, okay, hang on. There you go, Steve.
Yeah, I don't see any signs of water.
Okay.
All right. At the end of the EVA when you take your visor off.
All right, copy. Those are good checks for everybody. So Woody, maintain control of IROSA while Steve releases this final bolt, and give Steve the go. When you're ready, I have settings.
I have IROSA.
I am waiting on settings.
Bravo 3, counter 3, release C11 fully. This will be an additional 24 to 26 turns.
Bravo 3, counter 3, additional 24 to 27 turns and work.
Good words.
And you just heard a nominal buddy check as the duo moved on. We hear Stephen Bowen is going to be releasing the final portion of that C11 bolt. Again, once this is released, Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen will be releasing and lowering the IROSA, preparing it to relocate it to the 1B power channel.
All right, that was 27 turns. Nice. Exactly. Good, I'm out of count.
Copy. 27 turns, C11 release.
I saw some movement there. You took it too loose?
Yeah, it definitely feels, I'm trying to keep it on the pins this time, but I can tell it's released.
All right, let me get a scoop in there.
Sounds good.
Good words.
And that final bolt has been released.
All right. Is it on?
It's the lock.
Yeah, it's working. It's wiggling so much because it's so loose. All right, I got a good lock on it. I'm going to remove my rat.
Copy.
Sounds good.
And I am clear.
Okay, I have IROSA.
All right, I'm going to translate to the other end.
Sounds good, Steve.
Affirm, Steve, we need you at Station Charlie.
Okay, I'm at Station Charlie with a good view.
Copy. With that, Woody, if you've not already done so, you can slide IROSA away from you to release it from the FSC pin slot interface.
Complete.
Steve, you can work with Sultan and Frank to maneuver IROSA clear of that grapple tower.
Okay, Sultan and Frank, I am ready for you to take IROSA to the back-off position. I will give you clearance to the grapple tower.
And we copy that, Steve. We are ready for the maneuver to the IROSA removal position. And for you guys, it's going to be a body down for Woody, expecting 4.5 meters.
Concur, ready.
All right, start the motion, body down.
Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
That's a good motion.
Copy and continuing.
Good clearance to the tower. Continue.
Copy, continuing.
Clear of FOA. Clearance to the tower. Your bias toward the FOA.
Copy.
Good.
And we currently have a great view where NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg has a hold of the IROSA. It has been successfully removed from that FSE, that flight support equipment.
Copy, clear of the pen. Motion continues.
Houston copies that we are clear of the grapple tower, including the pin. This is now GCA to published position. I'm resuming comm with Steve. Steve, your next step is to perform a socket swap.
All right, socket swap to the 2-inch fixed 5/8, correct?
A-firm will stow the 5/8 12-inch on the socket caddy and put that 2-inch, like you say, on your PGT.
All right, that's good work.
One meter to go.
Continue.
Copy, continue.
And again, if you're just joining us, we're doing live coverage of the 265th spacewalk. This spacewalk is primary goals is to install the IROSA. We currently see NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg holding the IROSA in hand as he's attached to the end of the Canadarm2.
Full test, 12-inch to the socket caddy.
Copy.
Good pull test, 2-inch to the PGT.
Copy. Good pull test on the 2-inch on your PGT. You can stow your PGT.
And while we have NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg holding the IROSA, Steve Bowen, NASA astronaut, is currently working to do a socket swap. He's still working at that FSE, or that flight support equipment pad. After a successful socket swap, he's going to stow that pistol grip tool, or that space drill. He's going to put it away in his crew lock bag. and then the duo are going to start trying to relocate that IROSA.
Copy. We will have you clean up crew lock bag T. That means stowing the socket caddy and all external rets, stowing them internally, and then you can button it up with the doors facing the FSE.
All right, that's in work.
And Woody, we're ready for the IROSA, your join all CAS.
Okay, Sultan, I'm ready to yaw.
Okay, remember to yaw IROSA right in 3, 2, 1. Starting motion.
Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
Okay, I have only a adjustable on the outside of crew lock bag T.
Copy, Steve. That's a good config.
All right. I have it facing into the tower, so that should be good.
Looks good to us.
Check, make sure my tether's still going where I think it should. All right, I think I'm going to translate off and go pick up Woody's tether. Is that correct?
Affirm. You'll be translating to the port CETA cart. We'll have you retrieve your green hook first and then retrieve Woody's.
Understand. My green hook first.
Good words.
Woody, we're in position hold now for the second journal CAS. It's a handoff intermediate 1, and we're expecting 3.5 minutes, yes.
Copy, Sultan, ready.
All right, green hook, red reel, get close, side lock. Go to pick up Woody's tether.
Good config and affirm. Steve, Woody's tether is on the Nader CETA rail at mile marker 6210.
6210, heading there. Thank you.
And for both of you, we are approximately 1 hour into this EVA. Total EVA time's looking like 7 hours and 30 minutes, with the limiting consumable being Woody's battery. You are 30 minutes up on the timeline. Great job.
Copy, thank you, James. Appreciate the update.
Woody, we are ready for the maneuver to the handoff intermediate position. And just a reminder, This motion will take you body in and then followed by body right.
Copy, Sultan. Thank you. I'm go.
Right, then starting motion. In 3, 2, 1. Starting motion.
Good motion.
Very good motion.
Steve, we see you at Woody's green hook. We recommend that you stow this on your red reel.
Showing on my right waist ring. My right waist tether.
We have Steve and Woody. We currently see NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoburg have released the IROSA out of the FSC, or that flight support equipment, and Woody Hoburg is currently in movement toward that starboard truss S6, where he will meet up with Stephen Bowen, where they will install that IROSA for that 1B power channel upgrade.
All right, I have Woody's green hook, my right waist tether, and I'm watching as it turns back.
Currently seeing a helmet come through from Stephen Bowen, who is also starting his translation over to that S6 or starboard truss.
Seems to be following me.
Copy. Confirm the reel is unlocked.
And Woody's reel is unlocked. Actually, my reel is unlocked. Woody's is. Mine is unlocked, but it's not pending. Hold on.
Copy.
It's not reeling. That's what I'm seeing. All right, so here I'm down. He's up. All right, ready to translate.
Copy. You'll be translating outboard. We need to check that your gauntlets are down.
All right, gauntlets on both sides are down.
Copy. Ensure tethers don't cross, and you're headed to S5 to drop Woody's green hook. I'll have a handrail for you when ready.
All right, let me get on my way out there.
And Woody, your next motion is going to be the IROSA roll. Join all cast. We're expecting 2 minutes.
Sounds great, Sultan. Ready.
All right, crossing the surge, gauntlets are down.
Copy, Steve.
And Woody, we are ready. And just a reminder to roll IROSA left.
Copy, roll left. Your go.
3, then starting motion in 3, 2, 1. Motion start.
Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
currently seeing live views outside the International Space Station during the 265th spacewalk. NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen have the IROSA in hand and are in translation to the S6 or starboard truss 6 location for that 1B power channel to install the IROSA.
Usually it's my tether that hangs me up. This time it's Woody's.
We have Woody Hoburg at the end of the secondInternational. He's locked in with that articulating portable foot restraint. And we see Stephen Bowen translating or moving towards that same area. Again, that work site will be the 6S truss. That's that starboard 6 truss where they'll be working to install that IROSA for a 1B power channel upgrade.
Seconds to a short handover.
Copy. All right, I have Woody's green hook.
We are ready for the handover intermediate 2. Join our CAS, and we're expecting 4 minutes.
Copy, Sultan, I'm ready.
Houston's back with you.
This motion is going to take you body in and then body up.
That looks right to me. I'm ready, Sultan.
Right, then starting motion in 3, 2, 1. Motion start.
Okay, Jenny, I'm trying to figure out which angle I'm going to. 2127, is that correct?
Affirm, and we have you that you have Woody's green hook down on 2140. I just need to check that his green reel is unlocked.
I do. And the green reel was unlocked. That is correct.
Okay, then affirm, you are headed to 2127 to place your green hook.
All right, getting my green hook ready to install on 2127.
Just over an hour and 5 minutes in today's spacewalk, NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen are currently heading to their next work site after releasing the IROSA from the FSE, or that flight support equipment.
Get close ladder locked.
Copy.
All right, and I will continue my translation.
Stephen Bowen is translating, and we have Woody Hoburg, who will be waiting to hand off that IROSA over to Stephen Bowen. The duo will be doing a leapfrog maneuver, passing the IROSA off until they get to that starboard 6 truss area for that 1B power upgrade. Again, this is happening because the robotic arm does not reach all the way over to the starboard 6 truss.
008, I remember that handrail.
Affirm, you'll likely be poor man fair leading your tether around it to keep your tether stowed around the perimeter.
I understand, that's one of the overhangs.
The new solar array, which was delivered to the space station on a commercial resupply service mission, or CRS-28, on June 5th, will ultimately increase the station's available power by 30%. This will be the 6th IROSA, or third pair, to be completed today.
Fair lead, 2008. All right, now I head across here. I'm half the cable back. Correct, Jenny?
Affirm, Steve.
All right. I'm at the width. I'm looking at 12. Papa, Papa. Foxtrot. And looks like 8.
Those are good settings.
All right.
Steve, when you're ready, you can ingress the APFR, and I have some checks for you.
All right, let me get comfortable here.
And our next motion is going to be the IROSA handoff back of journal gas, and we are expecting 2 minutes.
I'm ready, Sultan.
And Woody, we are ready, and just a reminder, this is going to be body right motion.
Concur, Sultan, ready.
The motion in 3, 2, 1.
Good motion.
New copy, good motion.
And we see Woody Hoburg in motion at the end of the Canadarm2. He's been flown from the inside of the International Space Station by UAE astronaut Sultan Anayai. And again, Woody Hoburg is being brought over to meet where Stephen Bowen is currently stationed. He's going to hand off that IROSA to Stephen Bowen.
Steve, can you see IROSA?
I can.
Good clearance.
I'll just try to get my foot in. There's some difficulty.
Just let me know if we need to pause.
All right, hold on.
Oh, yeah, it's looking good.
Okay.
And we are in position hold.
Copy, Sultan.
I have some difficulty getting into my APFR today.
Copy, Steve. Take your time for everyone's awareness. We just need our checks once you're in the APFR, Steve, so we will hold on the final manual maneuver for the handoff.
Watch your right foot. I'm not sure if it kicked the roll, Steve.
All right, I'll go check.
Or I guess that's left.
Yeah, let's not make that mistake later, okay?
Yep.
Still looks like 8.
Great.
And Foxtrot back there. Let's try this again, see what I'm doing wrong.
Take your time.
And we're currently getting a helmet cam view from Woody Hoburg, EV1. Again, we see him with the IROSA in hand. He is preparing to pass that off to Stephen Bowen. And we see the feet of Stephen Bowen as he is going into his articulating portable foot restraint. And we have switched views. And now have the helmet cam of Stephen Bowen looking out as he sees Woody Hoburg holding the IROSA. Again, we tell that that's Woody Hoburg by the red stripes on his suit.
Copy that you're in the APFR, Steve. Well done. Our checks are to ensure your cooling, visor, and glove heaters are set. We have 45 minutes until eclipse.
All right. My cooling visor and glove heaters are set. Good hat, a dry hat, and a good glove inspection. One smudge on there, RTD. Okay.
Copy. Let's ensure your gauntlets are down.
Gauntlets are down on EV2.
Tools and tethers are clear, and your ingress aid is clear.
Tools and tethers are clear, ingress aid is clear.
Copy.
Can you just punch your bag to the left a little?
Yep.
Yeah.
Good point. Good call.
Looks good.
Thank you. Roll that in a little bit. Yep.
We copy good checks. And finally,
That's good. How's that look, Woody?
What is great, Steve?
finally, Steve, ensure your heels are secure in the APFR.
My heels are secure in the APFR. It definitely feels different without a BSI.
All right, good to know. We copy all. When you are ready, you both can give Sultan and Frank a go to the published handoff position. Your first step will be to perform a RET swap. So, Steve, you'll be attaching a RET to the IROSA root beam handrail.
Over to you for GCA.
Ready for GCA.
And we are ready, guys, for the GCA to the published IROSA handoff position. We're expecting 75 centimeters body in from Woody's perspective.
Sultan, that sounds perfect. I'm ready for GCA.
Start in motion in 3, 2, 1.
Good motion. I see good motion.
Good motion. Continuing.
Continue.
Again, you're seeing a helmet cam view from NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen. We see those IROSAs getting closer to him. Again, once given the go, we're going to see NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg hand off the IROSA to Stephen Bowen.
I have a vet to the handrail. Continue.
Copy, continue. Ready to go.
Good stop motion.
Just stop.
All right, let me stabilize this out, Woody.
You got it, Steve.
I have the IROSA.
Okay, you have the IROSA. Let me know when you want me to disconnect my RET.
My RET is attached. I can see it. It looks good. Ready for you to detach your RET.
Steve and Woody, can we call that GCA complete?
GCA complete.
Stephen Bowen now has that IROSA in hand, and Woody Hoburg is going to be detaching his retractable. He's going to be retracting his equipment tether from that IROSA.
And Houston copies all, copy a good red swap. We concur. Next is to get to the APSR egress position.
And we now have a view from Woody Hoburg's helmet cam, that HECA high definition cam, where he is now looking over at NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen as he now has the IROSA in hand. And I see Woody with the camera in hand, ready to take a couple photos.
And brakes off. And when you're ready, Woody.
I'm ready, Sultan.
Right, so this is going to be body out, just reverse the motion that we did, which is 60 centimeters.
That sounds great.
And stopping motion.
Motion.
Good motion. Ramping out.
Copy.
And next is going to be the egress back of joint OCAS. We're expecting 1.5 minutes.
I'm ready.
And Woody, we're ready when you are.
Ready.
Starting motion. Command send, starting motion.
Motion.
Navigate motion.
Now 1 hour and 19 minutes into today's spacewalk. We have a few milestones to recap. The duo exited the hatch with the official start time of today's EVA at 7:42 a.m. Central Time. Duo then went over, translated by the Canadarm2. Woody Hoburg met Stephen Bowen over at the FSE, where they released the IROSA from the pallet that held it. The duo then translated over into the furthest point where the Canadarm could reach. Woody Hoburg has just handed off the IROSA to Stephen Bowen. This will continue a leapfrog maneuver where the duo hands off the IROSA to each other, moving it down the S6 truss to the installation location.
All right, Woody, we are ready for your go for GCA to a published APFR egress position. We're expecting 1 meter body in.
That sounds perfect, Sultan. Your go.
Copy. Starting motion.
Good motion.
Copy. Good motion.
And again, you're seeing helmet cam views from Hoburg, again attached to the end effector of the Canadarm2, where he has situated himself on an articulating portable foot restraint. He is being moved by Sultan Anayati, who's inside the International Space Station.
Right, GCA complete, and brakes are coming on.
Copy. Brakes on. Egressing.
And brakes on. You are go for APFR egress.
Copy. Go. Thanks, Sultan.
Houston copies.
Just moved into position and given the go, Hoburg will egress that APFR, that articulating portable foot restraint.
Maneuver. Almost there. It's clear.
Woody, we need you to stow the APFR ingress aid to the boot plate, and then GCA if you need to perform your tether swap.
Yeah, copy that, James. Get the ingress aid in just a moment, so that's all right.
Affirm. Short handover.
Copy.
And if you're just joining us, we had a brief handover between satellites, but you're watching the 265th
Houston practice.
Spacewalk for ISS upgrades, maintenance, and assembly. In the middle of your screen, you see EV1 designated with the red stripes. That's NASA astronaut Hoburg. He just egressed the articulating portable foot restraint that's on the end of the Canadarm2. He'll be meeting up with NASA astronaut Steve Bowen, who currently has the IrOSA. Again, the duo will be passing off the IrOSA from each other to the other until they reach the S6 or starboard 6 truss, where they'll be working to install the IrOSA today.
Everybody gets out of your tether config call. We break that.
Yep, I've got my green hook down, gate closed, locked on lock. Correction, gate closed, locked, black on black to my red reel. Picking up my yellow hook.
Houston's following along.
Yellow hook, gate closed, locked, black on black to green rail, both reels unlocked.
Good.
That completes a good tether path.
Good config.
Thanks, James.
We need that ingress aid stowed to the boot plate, and then you'll be putting your green hook back on handrail 2140.
Yep, copy. All right, 2140, correct?
Affirm.
Copy. Thank you, James. Green hook's down. Green rail's unlocked.
Copy. Good config. Woody, you can give Frank and Sultan a go to the truss back off.
All right, Frank, Sultan, you guys are go for trust back off. Thanks for all your great flying today.
And we copy Woody. Great job. Brakes are coming off.
Happy brakes off.
Woody, you'll translate to Steve's boot plate. Use caution next to the radiator. It will be on your right once you're at the APFR.
Thanks, James. Let me get eyes on it. Okay, yep, I see it.
After reconfiguring some tethers, Woody Hoburg is now attached back to the International Space Station and began translating to Stephen Bowen. He gave the AOK for Sultan Adiyati, who's controlling the cannon arm, from inside the International Space Station to do a back-off maneuver.
Woody, we see you at the APFR. Caution, during this rotation, keep IROSA clear of the S6 radiator.
Copy, James. Thanks. AB2, copy. All right, Steve. I'm ready. I've got the yaw pedal. This is going to be a yaw to your left. All right. And I'll give you a countdown. I'll do depressing the yaw. Sounds good. We can get IROSA started, and I'll depress the yaw. I'm ready. You're ready. 3, 2, 1, depress. How's that feeling, Steve? Feels nice and smooth. Beautiful. All right, we're going.
Currently with a helmet cam view from Woody Hoburg, we see Stephen Bowen in that articulating portable foot restraint where he's been manually turned by Woody Hoburg.
All right, very nice.
Again, with the IROSA in hand, the duo will do a leapfrog maneuver. Once Stephen Bowen is in place, Woody will translate to the right location and take control of the IROSA, and the duo will do this a few times as the IROSA and the crew head towards the starboard 6 or S6 truss, where they'll be installing the IROSA for the 1B power channel upgrade.
You getting close? Should be pretty close. Yeah, Steve, that's a yaw of 3. To me, that looks good compared to a yaw of 2. I'll take it. It looks good. Looks like you'll have room over there. Yeah, okay. Great, you're back locked in. Thank you. Yep.
All right, Houston copies. We are
Woody, the arm will be in motion soon.
We copy. We are at a yaw of 3. Woody, we need you to ensure that Steve's safety tether is clear for his eventual APFR egress, and we also need you to poor man's fair lead your tether such that it's under the APFR, so on the base handrail.
All right, yep, Steve's tether is looking great. It's headed directly station aft. Perfect. And my tether will be mean of that and fair lead under the APFR.
Copy.
Like Jenny said.
Great job, both of you. Woody, translate outboard. We want you at the at handrail 2060, and you will be placing a rich man's fair lead on the mod kit right lower strut handrail or on S6. We just need it to be clear of the APFR.
Okay, 2060 for the fair lead or on the mod kit.
Affirm. And this is a rich man's fair lead.
Okay, thanks.
Steven Woody, arm will be in motion soon.
Thanks, Sultan.
Thanks, Sultan.
Jenny, just confirm 2060 is acceptable for the fair lead.
Affirm. S6 2060 is acceptable.
Thank you.
For both of your awareness, you are still doing great on the timeline. We're about 20 minutes away from a eclipse. That is not our working eclipse, so we are not Russian.
Copy, thanks, Dams. All right, fair lead's down on 2060.
Copy, fairlead 2060. You'll next want to verify your APFR settings.
Yep, I see a clocking 6, Fox. I see Echo. I believe we want Foxtrot.
Affirm, it should be Fox.
Okay, moving to Fox. Roll of Fox set. And the yaw is 2.
Good settings. You can ingress the APFR.
Happy, thanks, Jenny. Thank you, Steve. You know if you need more room at your head. Should be good.
After translating to the forward edge of the S6 truss, Woody Hoburg is now ingressing a different APFR. Well, he will then take control of the IROSA from Stephen Bowen. Prior to taking control of the IROSA, they will do another HAP and gauntlet check. Again, that HAP is that helmet absorption pad, and gauntlets are those coverings on their arms, their suits where it covers their arm plate and where their hands attach.
For your checks, we need your cooling, visor, and glove heaters set. We have 21 minutes of insulation.
All right, Jenny, I'm still at a TCV of 4, visor down, glove heaters on, and gauntlets are down.
Copy. Ensure tools and tethers are clear and your ingress 8 is clear.
Tools and tethers are clear. Tethers heading back down to the fair lead. Ingress 8 is clear.
Copy. Ensure heels secure in the APFR.
Heels are secure.
All right, we see you have a RET on the scoop in your right hand. We also need one on the long duration tie down tether.
Can work. All right, I got 2 rets down, one each side.
All right, copy.
Steve, I have IROSA.
You have IROSA, I'm going to take my RET, connect it to the adjustable, and then remove the ball steps.
Sounds great.
Good word, Steve.
And you just heard confirmation from NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. He has now taken control over the IROSA from Stephen Bowen.
Feels great. I've got it. Yep. Copy. One off. Copy. What's the other one?
Okay. They are off and clear.
Looks great. I've got it.
All right, let me.
Copy all. Steve, egress the APFR.
This didn't work.
Steve Bowen will now reposition himself. He will egress his APFR, meaning he will get out of it. He will then translate over to Woody and perform the same task that Woody did to him previously. And they will hand off the IROSA one more time before they reach the S6 truss or the work site where they will be installing the IROSA today.
Just make sure my tethers are clearing. Your safety tether looks great on the right side, Steve.
Thank you. So what I was looking for, make up these in a good position. In 1 second to get these stowed here, Woody, and I'll be on my way.
Take your time.
And Jenny, I actually have them to a handrail. I have them to handrail number 2034.
Copy, Steve.
All right, and I'm releasing my RET. And I'm translating over to Woody.
Good words.
To your right. Yep.
Say that again? Woody, what was that?
I wasn't sure if you were going down to follow your safety tether or just coming direct.
Nope, coming direct.
Okay, copy.
Houston
Sounds
concurs.
good, Steve.
Steve's headed out to you directly, Woody, and then he will come back inboard and go around the other side of S6 later on.
Got it.
Hello, Steve. Hello. Just let me get in a good position to do this. Okay. Get my feet above the radiator.
Looks
I'm
great.
going to swing it all the way around.
I see that.
So it went in front of my body, I hope, or did I put my tether behind me?
Your safety tether is in front of you on the left side.
It is in front of me, so it's in front of my body.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I wanted.
Yep.
It's just hard to see with the BRT.
Yep, I see that.
There it goes.
Nice.
Ah, I agree with you. That's what I wanted. All right, I'm at T060. Let me get stable.
Okay.
And you have a view on your screen. In the middle, you see the Canadarm2. Below that, you see the two astronauts. EV1, designated by the red stripe, is NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. And right below him, or above on your screen, is going to be Steve Bowen, NASA astronaut. He is at Woody's APFR, or Articulating Portable Foot Restraint. He's going to turn Woody to the right, and he's going to line up that IrOSA in Woody's hands with the mounting bracket.
We're currently at 2. And Jenny, I'm going to 6. Is that correct?
Good words.
Sounds right.
And Ah is on your right.
Yep.
O is on your left. Verifying that.
Concur.
All right, and I'm ready. 3, 2, going right. Want to start? 3, 2, 1, start.
Got good motion.
And we're currently seeing a helmet cam view from Stephen Bowen, and he is turning that portable foot restraint with Woody Hoburg attached. IrOSA in hand, turning to the right. The IrOSA will be lined up with the mounting bracket.
Good. One more to go. How's the position? That's 6. How's that look?
Let's see, looking. Did we... So I'm pretty far from the mounting bracket right now. Right? It looks like the right angle in yaw. I think we need to roll to my right.
I agree.
Let me
So if you're currently Echo, you want to go to Foxtrot.
Okay, yeah, I don't know how we got back to Echo, but that sounds great. I am starting that motion, and I'm ready.
There it goes.
Great.
Oh, hold on. Can you get more stable for that?
Beautiful.
When you think you're there.
We're in the zone now.
All right, it looks like it's locked in Foxtrot, but sorry we made that mistake before. All right, how stable do you feel?
Well, I still feel a little bit far from the mounting bracket.
You want to go to golf?
I wonder if we should go to golf.
Can you do that?
Can we try that?
Is that all right?
And Houston's following, we're okay with going to golf.
Okay, go to golf. All right, there it goes.
Nice.
And keep coming. Almost to golf. You're right in between Foxtrot and golf.
Great.
Still right in between. Hold on.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. Still got to go right a little bit. And you're right.
Hang on.
You're back at Foxtrot.
Gotcha. Okay, let's try going to golf again.
Okay, here comes golf. Let me go to golf.
Are we there?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I had a hard time getting the... There you go. That's golf.
Gotcha.
How's that?
That is... I think that's going to be better, yeah.
Okay.
Let's go with that.
All right, you're locked in. I'm going to head over.
Great. I've still got IrOSA looking great.
Sounds good. I'm going to get clear of everything here.
All right.
It'll take a few minutes.
All right, Houston followed all of that and copy our final config. Big picture call for all crew. We are 2 minutes from a 14-minute LOS. We are go to push with the nominal procedure. Frank, we are in Block 6, Step 27 for Steve.
Station copies, Block 6, Step 27 for Steve.
Affirm. Frank, you are Prime IV.
Copy, Jenny. Thanks so much. Okay, Frank, I'm going to start working my way over. Make sure I'm clear of Woody Tether and the radiator.
And you just heard Ground IV here in Mission Control Houston pass on the control of IV position over to Frank Rubio inside the International Space Station. And she did that because we have an LOS, about a 6-minute LOS, 8-minute LOS coming up here. And again, that is a loss of signal.
I'll put fingers on RoIROSA pin flaps mounted the inside and outside of the routine structure. When on the aft side of the mod kit, avoid contacting legacy blanket boxes and protruding trunnions. Understand. Okay, and then the cautions have to do with loads and rates on structure. Any questions on that? No questions. Okay, and so you are translating to position on the left side of the mounting bracket for RoIROSA install. I agree.
After positioning Woody Hoburg to the mounting bracket with the IROSA, Stephen Bowen is now in translation to head over to the far side of the mounting bracket himself, and they'll prepare for the IROSA install.
All right, that's what I'm doing.
And this begins the LOS period. You're seeing a live view inside the International Flight Station control room. Again, we have about an 8-minute LOS, and that's going to be for audio and visual happening here. The flight control team here in Mission Control Houston taking the time now to get a restroom break in. But don't worry, again, that ground IV, Jenny Gibbons, passed over control to the International Space Station, where IV Frank Rubio is walking the duo through the next steps. We had last visuals of NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen translating over to that left side of the mounting bracket. Again, once he is there, he will be close to Woody Hoburg, who has the IROSA in hand, and they'll be at that work site where they will install the IROSA for that 1B power channel upgrade. Currently on your screen, you had a view of the International Space Station, and you see that far left of the screen is where we're installing today. The duo on June 9th, just last week, installed that IROSA on the 1A power channel, and we will be installing the IROSA today on the 1B power channel, just the opposite side of where they worked last week. Today's spacewalk is being conducted by Expedition 69 spacewalkers, flight engineers, NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen. Today, Stephen Bowen is EV2, while Woody Hoburg is EV1. The duo switched roles from last week, where Steve Bowen was EV1 and Woody Hoburg was EV2. Today is Woody Hoburg's second spacewalk, while it is the 10th for Stephen Bowen. With this spacewalk, Bowen ties most spacewalks by a U.S. astronaut with Michael Lopez Alegria, Bob Behnken, Peggy Whitson, and Chris Cassidy. Bowen has accumulated 60 hours and 22 minutes of spacewalking time in his previous 9 EVAs, or spacewalks. Woody Hoburg has a previous 6 hours and 3 minutes of spacewalking time. Again, you have live coverage today of the 265th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This is the 8th spacewalk from the space station in 2023 and the 6th spacewalk for Expedition 69. Again, you're back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. We're about 3.5 minutes into about an 8-minute LOS where we have no audio or visuals of the spacewalk. Again, you see the flight controllers here taking that time to get a break, going to use restrooms and other facilities. If you're just joining us, you're looking live inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at Mission Control Houston. Currently, you are getting live coverage brought to you for the 265th Spacewalk in support of ISS maintenance, upgrades, and assembly. We have 2 spacewalkers outside the space station currently. We have NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen, who have exited the International Space Station this morning at 7:42 a.m. Central Time, who have now successfully released the IrOSA from the FSE, or the flight support equipment, and they have now translated it over to its work site, the Starboard 6 truss, or the S6 truss as you'll hear it. Again, we left the duo a few minutes ago with an LOS, or a loss of signal. We have no audio or visual currently of the spacewalk, but the duo are being helped by those on board the International Space Station. We have IV Frank Rubio. NASA astronaut Frank Rubio is currently taking over the role from the ground as the IV, helping the duo through the procedures as we are in the loss of signal. We should have that signal back here in about 5 minutes.
That's feeling good. Hang on. We're really close right now, Steve. Let's not move it too far from here.
Can you actuate your,
Trying to. Yeah.
I don't know if it pops up.
Meaning it's engaged?
Looks like it. Yeah, looks like it's engaged.
And we have audio back.
Okay, that's good news. Hang on.
How's yours?
Mine's not in yet. We're wiggling it, but it's not.
Yeah, I'll come around.
Yeah, see if you can get your eyes on it. We're in the right spot.
There it is.
Got it?
Yep.
Nice. All right, soft capture, 2 pins.
Nice job, guys. Hey, once we
the soft captures.
verify that the 2 soft captures, which weren't very soft, are properly engaged, then Woody will be working on removing the left-hand scoop from the routine.
Okay. Left-hand scoop is removed.
Okay, copy that, Woody. Woody, you'll next be performing a glove, hat, and gauntlet check. Steve, you're going to be retrieving the red plus adjustable tether from the cool-out pad mic, and this is for the scoop stow.
Understand.
Houston is back
for
with
the
you.
gloves, dry hat, gauntlets down.
Copy, Woody, good check. And Jams, welcome back. We are currently in Block 7. Woody just completed Step 5 with a good glove, hat, and gauntlet check. And Steve is working on retrieving the ret on Step 7. We have 2 left soft captures engaged.
Copy all. I see Block 7.
What's going on here with my...
Is that Steve?
It's being off my right leg, I think, and my tether.
Yep, it's your weight tether. Or no, it's the bag actually. It's the bag that's integral tether.
I'm gonna come up.
Yep, off is good. And you're free, Steve. Thank you.
I copy your location and the procedure. Great job, Frank. I'm ready for you to hand it over back to me when you are.
Okay, once again, Block 7, Step 5 complete for Woody, and Steve is currently in Step 7. Woody, Jenny, you're fine. Thanks so much.
Great job, Frank. I'm Prime IV. I copy Steve that you are retrieving the adjustable with the RET for the scoop stove.
Yeah, I'm looking for that one here. Oops, not the right one.
And Woody, can you confirm that the left-hand scoop has been removed from the root beam, so it's on your mini workstation?
Confirm, Jans. I have 2 scoops connected by a long duration ready to my workstation. I'll give you 1 second. I'll get you that adjustable. Thank you, Steve.
Copy all.
Actually, not the one in the bag. It's the one on the bag. And Jenny, I have Bravo 2, counter 2 set when it's time.
Good settings.
Go for R6. Actually, negative, Jans. Let's wait on that. That way we can wait for Steve to control it.
Affirm.
That one. Actually, I don't see another adjustable in there. 1, 2, there it is. You see the cap keeper, Steve? Send it my way. It's the one the other way. What's cap keeper to? Yeah. Okay. Here's the other adjustable. Great. Here's scoops for you for that adjustable. And here, I'll trade you 1 second. Give me a second. Copy. Ah, there you are up there. Okay. Give you... Grab the cap keepers. Got it. And I'll take a scoop. Here's 2 scoops for you. Just let me know when you want me to release my ret. Here, 1 second. Take your time. All right, I got adjustable to that one. And an adjustable to this one. And I'm going to release your ret. Okay, Steve, ready? Or ready. All right, ready for it? Here it comes. I see it. Thanks, Steve. All right, let me stow this. Oops, you got the the cap keeper and the AMS. Yep, and if Jans is okay with it, I'm going to remove the 4 caps from IrOSA.
Affirm, you can remove the caps, Woody.
Thank you, Jenny, and I have the AMS knob on my mini workstation.
We copy.
Okay. Get the back stowed. Sure, I'm back in the future things. Stand by.
Copy.
All right, I need to be able to hold this thing closed. Okay, caps are going back to the bag, Steve. You can just leave them on the outside for now. I am ready for you to disengage the R6 bolt. I'm holding it closed. Copy that.
Steve, we do want you in position to keep IrOSA folded up while Woody does that R6 bolt, but I'll also take a glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check from you.
Fine right, I'm already in position. If you give me a moment, I'll give you those calls as soon as we get them done at this point.
Okay, we copy. That's fine with us. Woody, you'll be releasing R6. The bolt will spring out. We're looking for a white line visible, and you can expect 18 to 20 turns.
Copy, James. Counter 2, counter 2 set. Starting turns.
Good words.
2 hours and 10 minutes into today's spacewalk. We have NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen outside the International Space Station as they have now removed the IrOSA from its flight support equipment pad, and they have translated it over and relocated it to the S6 part of the truss. We currently have the duo installing that IrOSA.
Copy, 17 turns. The bolt has sprung out. Can you see a white line?
Woody Hoburg is currently releasing a final hinge restraint with the pistol grip tool or that space drill.
And then egress the APFR using the ingress aid only.
Okay, PGG stowed, egressing, ingress aid only. Jams, well, yeah, all right, sounds good. Okay, good place to do the MDGLs though. I was wondering. Yeah, just because stability is so nice in the APFR, I'm thinking about uncapping these MDGLs that are right beside me. I don't mind waiting.
Checking. Woody, your go.
Thanks, James.
While you're doing that, I can give you your PET. We are 2 hours and 10 minutes into a 7-hour, 30-minute EVA, limiting consumable Woody's Medox, and you're 45 minutes up on the timeline. Great work.
Two caps down, 2 to go.
Houston copies.
And thank you for the update, James. 3 down. Nice to be stable. That's pretty cool. Okay, caps removed. We'll make sure that you stay clear for unfold. All right, I'm egressing, Steve. Yep.
Copy all. And for both of your awareness, we have our video back.
And we now have visuals back of the duo outside the space station today.
The ingress aid is low profile and fair lead under the APFR. We'll have you on the right side of the mounting bracket for unfold.
Okay, concur with all. Already fair lead. And ingress aid is low profile.
While we had no visuals, we did have the duo begin the install of the IrOSA onto the mounting bracket for the 1B power work site. Earlier, the duo did confirm to soft capture for the IrOSA. Right now, we'll see them move around and reposition themselves to the right side of the mounting bracket for the unfolding to begin for the IrOSA.
Warning, pinch point, keep clear of rotating IrOSA. With that, Steve, you can slowly pivot IrOSA to the unfolded position, and Woody, engage the right side alignment guide and slot.
Copy. Unfolding. See it. Looking good. Keeping everything out, looking pretty. Mounting plate is clear. Oh, well, those caps just got in there. I see them. They're staying on the. Okay, stop, unfold. Let me just make sure these stay out of the way. There we go. It's off my way. I get them. Okay. Here you go. You're here. You're clear. Copy. Sounds good. Soft capture. I see it.
Copy. You see the soft capture feature engaged. Well done, both of you. Next step is to drive R7 and R8, the hinge bolts. That's for you, Woody. For Steve, I'll take a glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check.
Let's put down. Hap is dry. James, I copy R7 and R8. Just out of curiosity, how much time do we have left in this eclipse?
You have 15 minutes left in this eclipse, which is not enough time for our cables, so we'll be working other steps, and our target eclipse is still the next eclipse.
Okay. All right, my gloves look good. Same as before.
Copy. All good checks on Steve. And Steve, I understand the AMS knob is already with Woody on his mini workstation. All I have for you in this time is to stow the scoops and long duration tie down tether in the bag if you've not done so already.
I am working on those things right now.
Copy.
We're in. Working on the AMS knob is the next thing. Well, when he gives it back to me.
Copy.
Duo working in orbital nighttime.
Copy. Your settings are Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
Copy. Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
Good words. You'll be driving these bolts to torque. Expect 14 to 17 turns.
Copy. Thank you. Alpha 1, clockwise 2 is set.
Good words.
Starting with R7.
Copy. R7.
And we have helmet cam views from Woody Hoburg EV1, who is releasing hinge bolts on the IrOSA. Again, once these hinge bolts are released, Steve Bowen will be able to help Woody Hoburg unfold the IrOSA, and we'll be looking for the next eclipse time period for the duo to start cable mating, and then the full deployment work for the IrOSA.
I counted 17 and a half turns, and I have a good green light with 2.3 foot-pounds on R7.
R7 driven 17.5 turns to torque, 2.3 foot-pounds, and a green light.
Confirm. Ready for R8?
You can move to R8, same settings.
Copy R8, same setting. Alpha 1 clockwise 2 is set.
Good words.
Since I counted 17 turns, I have a good green light, 2.4 foot-pounds.
2.4 foot-pounds, 17 turns, green light. That is a good bolt, Woody. You can stow your PGT and now work with the AMS knob to loosen those bolts 1 turn each and then tighten them till just snug.
Okay, PGT stowed, working AMS knob. R7 reset. I've been a quarter turn off, quarter turn on.
Copy. Quarter turn off and on R7.
R8, same on R8.
Copy the same on R8. You can give the AMS knob to Steve to stow in the bag.
And with the cap keeper. Yeah. There it is. You just grab it, put on that, and we'll be done. All right, Steve, you have the cap keeper and AMS knob. Thank you. Thank you.
I have some big picture words for both of you when ready.
Ready. Ready.
Okay, our timing has been great so far. We are headed into insulation, so we will push with driving the M bolts and do as much as we can prior to the cable mates. That will involve a bit of a replan. We'll give you information on some cleanup steps that we're going to get ahead on. Those aren't quite ready yet, but when they are, I will get words to you. So next steps for Steve are to get ready for those M bolts. You can divide those up however you want, but the socket for the M bolts is on Steve's PGT.
And we copy. We copy jams. Hey, Jenny, I'm right in front of J1 through J4. Is it a good time to get those mated?
So, Woody, I'm just pausing on that because they might interfere with the M bolts, but we're talking it.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, just a reminder, we did those first on the last one.
Copy. We understand, Woody, but we're going to keep things simple. We're going to hold off of those until we're done the M bolts because we have so much time before our working eclipse.
Sounds good, James. Thanks.
All right, I'll get my side, you get your side, we'll get this bag closed, and we'll start.
That sounds great, Steve.
All right. All right. Good. The Bravo 5, clockwise 2, and how many turns is it, Jenny?
Those are good settings, and we're driving to torque. Expect 11 to 14 turns. Give us a heads up on hand starts.
Okay. So this is 31.
I've got a full turn of the hand start.
Copy M31, 1 turn of hand start. Drive to torque and black line flush.
If you're just joining us, you're seeing live views outside of the International Space Station as NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen are installing an IrOSA on the 1B power channel.
Big green light for torch.
Copy M31, 11 turns, 21.9 foot-pounds, and a green light. Can you confirm the black line flush, Steve?
And black light is flush.
Currently have a helmet cam view.
You can move to M32.
All right, F32 has no hand start. And start and turn it down.
You're currently seeing a helmet cam view from NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen. He's using that pistol grip tool, or that PGT, to release hinge bolts on the IrOSA they just installed. He is working on the left side while Woody Hoburg released his bolt on the right. Again, you can tell who is who by the stripe designation on the suits. Red stripe is the EV1 worn today by Woody Hoburg.
You got a good pull test on the socket.
Here you go.
Copy, go. Thanks, James. All right, just going to get you the right torque here. All right, I got 11 turns. Oh, and I did not get a good green light yet. I am flush.
Copy, that was 11 turns, a green light. And can you say again the torque for M32?
22.6.
We're checking on that bolt, Steve.
Jenny on M37. Start again, Jenny.
And Steve, we're going to have you go back to M32 again. We're just looking for an additional quarter turn on that bolt to reach our minimum.
Okay, I got a good black line. And now I got a turn. And I got 22.0 that time. About one turn.
Copy, Steve. We're checking on it. All right, Steve, good bolt. You can move on.
All right, let me get myself around to a better position. All right. Hey, Jenny, on M37, I had 11 turns, good green light, 22.0 foot-pounds.
Copy, that's a good bolt.
And M35, 11 turns, good green light, 21.9 foot-pounds.
Copy, and those are both good bolts. We track a hand start on both of those.
Copy. Yep. I have to have 34. We had a hand start, and I've got 11.4 turns and 22.6 foot-pounds. 33 left to go for me.
Copy, Steve. Can we verify black line flush?
And black line flush on 34.
Copy, that's a good bolt.
Jams M36 had one hand start, 11 turns, green light, 21.9 foot-pounds.
Copy, that is a good bolt, Woody.
Thank you. Driving M38. I can hand start M33. Driving.
Copy both.
All right. Hey, Jams, got a report on M38.
Ready.
I'm 10 turns down. It was not hand started. Unfortunately, I don't think the thread's engaged for approximately the first 8 turns. I think I'm about 2 turns of threads in on M38.
Copy, Woody, we're talking it.
All right. 33, 11, well, 12 turns by my count, 11.86 on the thing with a good green light at 22.2 foot-pounds.
Steve, that is a good bolt. And for Woody, we appreciate the report. Let's keep driving that bolt, and we'll do the math on the ground, so just report the new number of turns you get.
Starting from what I'm guessing is 2 turns engaged, starting turns. Okay, Jams, I have 7.5 turns, green light, 22.1 on M38. And black line flush on all 9 bolts.
Copy, we're checking on that final bolt, Woody.
Thank you.
All right, Woody, we're going to go back and have you do that bolt again for some additional turns, same settings.
You got it. So 5, clockwise 2 set, M38. Big green light, no turns, 21.9 foot-pounds.
Woody, that is a good bolt. Thank you.
Copy, good bolt. Thank you, Jams.
I'll have more words for both of you in a minute.
Okay. I'll go through my cable bag. That might be a good thing to do. And then I'll swap sockets, and I can probably hit these 4 connectors.
All of those are involved in the. All of those items are involved in the plan that we're putting together. I'll have it for you in a minute.
Thanks, Charles. All right, must be time for more pictures of Woody.
Sounds great to us.
Entering into an orbital daytime, the International Space Station is flying 256 statute miles above the South Pacific Ocean off the west coast of the United States. And we just saw Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen complete some bolts, releasing some bolts on the hinge joint of the IROSA that they just installed. Carrying us through the next set of procedures is my colleague Rebecca Wicks, who will continue coverage today.
All right, Woody and Steve, thanks for your patience. We have words for you now. We are going to do a modified get-ahead on our worksite cleanup. Steve, you will be mating the NZGL connectors. You can get in position for that. And Woody, you will be translating inboard to the APFR in WIF 1515. That is the APFR that we used for the first handoff of IROSA. I will also need words on your pull test if you did a socket swap.
Okay, I did on socket swap with a good pull test. Copy WIF 15.
Copy.
I may need to clean up my tether when you come back, Woody. Okay. You want me to take a look at it? Let me do a quick look. Get it around me right now, I think. Yes, you sure do. Let's see. There you go. Thank you. It's behind me, right? No, now it's in, I put it in front of you. Oh, perfect. Thank you. So now it's right side crossing toward your left. Okay. And then clear.
Caution for both of you, Steve, before you start mating these NZGLs, just avoid contact with the cables and connectors when they are attached to IROSA.
Copy that.
We are bringing you live coverage of U.S. EVA 88. This is the 8th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year. We started this morning at 8:42 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:42 a.m. Central Time. The team has been very efficient in their tasks. First, the NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen exited the International Space Station. They released the IROSA, or the International Space Station RoIl-Out solar array, from its flight support equipment area. They relocated it to the starboard truss at the 1B power supply. To get there, they utilized the robotic arm Emirati Space Agency astronaut Sultan Al-Nayati inside the International Space Station maneuvered that robotic arm. NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg flew on that robotic arm holding the solar array. When they arrived close to the work site, the astronauts then used a leapfrog maneuver to pass the IROSA between themselves in order to reach that workstation because the robotic arm didn't quite reach. From there, they installed the IROSA and released hinge bolts.
Copy. P3 made it.
Next up in their timeline was going to be to mate the cables. However, they have to do that in an eclipse. We have about 50 minutes until that eclipse starts, so the flight control team here in Mission Control Houston made the decision to proceed with a work-ahead task, which is what the astronauts are currently on their way to do.
Yeah, P2 with a good mate. Over center.
Copy. P2 made it to J2.
All right, P1, J1. Just good pins. Be in my band, no fraud.
Good checks. Your go. Woody, you will be stowing this APFR on your BRT and then translating to the port CETA cart to drop it off.
Okay. Pick up this APFR, take it to the port CETA cart. Thanks, James.
Affirm, I have instructions on your green hook along the way.
Okay. I will plan to pick it up. Okay, any other instructions?
You'll be picking it up, then installing the APFR and the port CETA cart. I'll give you the WIF and the settings when you're closer to it, and then you'll be translating back outboard, dropping your green hook in the same spot.
Okay, thanks, James.
As part of this work site cleanup, they are going to be retrieving their articulating portable foot restraints and stowing those with the body restraint tether.
All right, P1, J1 bands, over center with good connection.
Copy. P1 made it to J1. I track that that is your last NZGL connector, correct, Steve?
I agree.
All right.
And you want me to pick up the scoop with the cap within an M1? M bag?
We need to leave the scoop there for Woody to use later.
Oh, good point. I get too far ahead, I guess.
But next step for you, Steve.
What am I using it for, James? Okay.
Say again?
Disregard.
Okay, we're about 30
I'd
seconds.
probably be okay without that scoop, but...
Let's leave it. We're 30
Okay.
seconds from a short handover. Steve, go get the MUT end effectors. You'll be stowing them in the cable bag.
What end effectors for the cable bag? All right, I'll let Woody clear and I'll head over that line.
We have an expected loss of signal on our video views as the International Space Station flies around the Earth. Those data links transfer between satellites. During this handover, you can see live views of the Mission Control Center in Houston. Brandon Lloyd is our flight director today. He's part of the 2021 class of flight directors. To his right, in the black shirt, is Jenny City Givens. She is a Canadian Space Agency astronaut. She is the main voice you are hearing speaking with the crew. She is the ground IV. IV stands for intravehicular. She is the person that is talking to them while they are outside the space station on their spacewalk. The crew is performing some cleanup tasks as they are ahead of schedule. We are waiting on that eclipse to start so that they can safely mate those cables in the dark.
Hey, Jenny, I picked up my green hook.
Copy, Woody. Woody, you will be stowing that APFR in the port CETA cart with 3. That's Zenith starboard.
With 3 Zenith starboard, thanks.
CETA is a cart. CETA stands for Crew and Equipment Translation Aid. He is going to be storing his portable foot restraint on that cart. This is a live helmet camera view from NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. He is translating back to the IROSA worksite. Correction, he is going to the Zenith starboard side for that CETA cart in order to install his portable foot restraint. This is a view of that S6 starboard worksite where the IROSA solar array is installed and waiting to be.
Copy, Steve. Steve, now that you have stowed those MUT end effectors in the cable bag, we'll have you translate back out to the mod kit and more steps for you shortly. Woody, I have more big picture words for you as well.
Hey, James. Trying to get eyes on WIF 3. And is it on swing arm 3, James? Do you know?
Affirm, Woody, that's it.
Okay, that's it. Copy. All right, James, I'm ready for APFR clocking and big picture words.
Clocking of 12. And when you install this APFR, we'll take your checks and we'll also have you adjust the MLI on the ingress aid. Best effort. We know that these are tough, but try and get the metal covered up as best you can, please.
MLI stands for multi-layer insulation.
And Woody, just let me know when you get back out here. I'm gonna need you to move my safety tether back to the other side again.
Okay, no problem, Steve.
Thanks.
Yep.
We are currently 2 hours and 51 minutes into our spacewalk.
Full twist test. Locking 12, locking color black on black. Switch knob can be depressed and is locked, and I fixed the MLI.
All right, copy all. Now, big picture, Woody, we're still tracking like 40 minutes until your guys' working eclipse time. So that means that we do have time for you to get onto the FSE and get that beam stowed. So at this time, we'll have you translate onto the FSE. You do not need to place any rich man's fair lead on the FSE.
The FSE is the flight support equipment. That was that initial work site, the initial work site where they retrieved the IROSA at the beginning of today's spacewalk.
We'll have you at extension Alpha, Woody.
Okay, Alpha, thanks.
NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoburg.
Yeah.
Continue to be ahead of the timeline. The solar array installation steps are complete. The team is waiting on the beginning of a working eclipse to begin the power connector mates. While they wait, the astronauts are getting ahead on some cleanup steps. The suits continue to perform well. We expect no suit constraints on today's operations.
All right, Steve, we see you back at the mounting bracket. For you, we don't have much to do while Woody does these FSE beam ops, but we would like you to check and replace the MLI, which is on the mounting bracket. I have 3 locations for you to do that when you're ready to copy.
Okay, ready to copy.
We want you to check the right lower strut, left lower strut, and right mid strut MLI.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg has successfully completed a work-ahead step of stowing his portable foot restraint unit onto a cart. He is now headed to the flight support equipment area where he will be stowing a beam.
That one's off the pole.
Copy, Steve.
one's better. It's on the bolt now. Ground looks like it's in.
Copy, Steve.
Right. Mark. Do you have video?
We do have video. Affirm.
Okay, that should look a lot better than it did.
It does, thank you.
Is there something lower on the lower strut, or just it on the right lower?
Checking.
This is a view of NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. He is EV1 today, and that is designated by the red stripe on his spacesuit.
Okay, right mid-strut, the mounting brake. I'm back. Any in place at Alpha?
Copy. Woody, you are going to have to relocate the adjustable equipment tether from the lower stanchion of the FSE handrail to the top stanchion of the FSE handrail, and we'll also need to socket swap before we start bolt-ups.
Copy.
When the astronauts are conducting spacewalks, they have two tethers.
Woody, a reminder for you, when you're on the FSE, no sudden movements, quick grabs, or sudden stops, and we'll wait till FSE motion dampens out before imparting any loads.
Copy. Adjustable swaps, socket swap and work.
Copy. Check on that one. I think I did better there. Copy, Steve.
Okay, Jenny, socket swap with a good pull test. That should look a lot better. Is that all right, Jenny? Or do you want me to go back and get more?
Copy, Steve. We're checking, and I copy the good pull test for Woody. Woody, you can hand start C3 one turn.
C3 one turn, hand start. Work. Just that there a little bit more. I think I might have to loosen the adjustable on the other side to allow that. Let me see.
We copy, Woody. We might have to head over there to do that. That's okay. And
Yeah, I think so.
all right, we copy. Steve, next for you is to check the MLI on the left lower strut to the mounting bracket. The other ones look good. Great job.
Okay. Off the lower, at the mounting bracket.
Good words.
Yeah, I did that today.
I have an updated PET for both of you. We are 3 hours into this EVA. Our limiting consumable is Woody's battery, and we're tracking toward 7 hours and 30 minutes in total. We are way ahead of the timeline as you guys are doing cleanup get-aheads. We have still just over 30 minutes to our working eclipse, so lots of time to get these done.
Thanks so much for the update, James. We appreciate it.
You guys doing a great job.
Jenny City Gibbons from Mission Control Houston, the spacewalk communicator today for the crew, just gave an update on our timeline. We have just reached 3 hours in the spacewalk, and we are running well ahead of schedule. The crew is currently working on some get-ahead tasks. Right now we are waiting in about 30 minutes for an eclipse to start.
Okay, I got 2, maybe 3 turns of hand start on C3.
Copy. 2 to 3 turns hand started on C3. You can translate to Stanchion Bravo. We'll be relocating that adjustable equipment tether from the lower to the upper stanchion like you did at Stanchion Alpha.
I already completed that actually, James. I had to go do that in order to give myself enough slack.
Okay, copy. Great work. Standby 1. And Woody, did you hand start C5 as well while you were over there?
I did not.
Okay.
C3.
We need to hand start.
C5 is, okay.
A-firm, we need to hand start both bolts before we drive any of them.
Okay, head in the back.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is at the work site. He is closing up some MLI, or multi-layer insulation.
All right, sorry, I hope that MLI is a little bit better there at the
Copy, Steve. That looks really good.
corner.
This MLI is on the mounting bracket. With Steve Bowen complete on his get-ahead task, NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is still working on...
Copy. 2 to 3 turns on C5. You can get your PGT ready. We'll be driving C5 first, and you'll be at a setting of Bravo 7.
He is attaching a beam.
Clockwise 2 set.
Copy.
And you did say C5, right, Jim?
A-firm, you can start at C5, the bolt that you just hand started, but I want to tell you, this is important, that the bolts must be stopped on turn count, and since you hand started this 2 to 3 turns, we want 18 turns only.
Okay. 18 only on C5, I copy. You ready for me to start those turns?
A-firm, your go.
Thanks, Jim. Starting turns.
And Steve, for you, we have no other get-aheads, so you will be just getting in a good position to get the best views possible for the next 20-ish minutes while we get in position for the working eclipse.
Sounds good to me. Maybe you're first.
While NASA astronaut Steve Bowen hangs out at the work site while we are waiting on that eclipse to start, NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is securing a beam to the flight support equipment area.
Copy. 17 turns on C5.
He is utilizing a PGT, or pistol grip tool, to secure those bolts in place.
And it felt pretty torquey to me. I did not torque out, but I could tell there was significant torque.
That sounds good to us. You can stow your PGT and retrieve the adjustable equipment tether.
Work.
The pistol grip tool is essentially a space drill. It is used to apply torque to those bolts.
Okay, Johnny, heading back to C3.
Copy. Woody, your settings here for driving C3 are the same. Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2 is set. 17 turns, no more.
Let's do 18 turns, 18. Woody.
Okay, 18 turns. Sounds good. All right, just because I'm hanging out here, where are we?
Steve, Woody is almost finished up at the FSE. And you should be passing.
Where in the world are we?
You should be passing just over the northwestern edge of Africa right now.
Okay, thank you. Air jams, 18 turns on C3.
Copy 18 turns on C3. That's a good bolt. You can retrieve your adjustable equipment tether stowed on your mini workstation, and then we'll have you pick up crew lock bag T.
Okay, got the adjustable going to get teeth, thanks.
Woody has successfully installed that beam on the flight support equipment area, and he is now headed to retrieve a tool bag.
And Woody, your preference here, you can stow those adjustables that you just picked up on the outside of crew lock bag T, and then we will have that on your BRT. You can keep them on your mini workstation if you prefer that.
Gotcha.
He also has some adjustable equipment tethers or straps that he is also going to attach to the tool bag he is picking up.
I'll keep one and drop one.
Copy.
You can see a view of that tool bag right now with NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. He just attached one of those equipment tethers to it.
And Woody, additional words for you. We would like that wire tie, which is on the tower handrail, to stay with the bag.
Copy. Pick up the wire tie.
Good words.
This is yet another get-ahead task. We are a little over 20 minutes from our eclipse, where we can start mating the cables on the solar array. These solar arrays cannot be powered off, so that's why we have to plug them in during an eclipse, so that there is no power running through the solar array when the astronauts go to actually connect those cables.
Woody, that was your last action on the FSE. You can stow crew lock bag T on the port seater cart.
Go T on the port seater cart. Copy. Thanks, Janice.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is now going to move that tool bag over to the cart, and then he will make his way back to the solar array installation station.
Good safety tether configure. Stand by one.
Take your time. We still have 20 minutes to our working eclipse start.
All right, Jenny, confirm you said port seater cart?
Affirm.
Okay. Thank you.
He is heading to the cart on the port side. CETA stands for the Crew and Equipment Translation Aid. That orbital night time is less than 20 minutes away. It occurs when the Earth is shadowing the International Space Station. The International Space Station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes. 45 of those are in sunlight and 45 are in dark. This is live helmet camera footage from NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. This is his second spacewalk. Today he is installing the solar array on the 1B power channel. On June 9th, he worked with NASA astronaut Steve Bowen to install another solar array at the 1A power channel. The crew exited the airlock this morning. They switched to battery power prior to that with our official spacewalk start time of 8:42 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:42 a.m. Central Time.
Copy. Crew lock bag T stowed on the port SETA cart. We're going to take this opportunity before you start translating to do another socket swap, such that we have the 6-inch that's currently on your mini workstation on your PGT, and the remaining socket, the 2-inch, should be in your trash bag.
Copy that, and work.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is going to be doing a socket swap. He needs a different size socket for these upcoming tasks on the solar array. PGT is that pistol grip tool or that drill that he will be using.
Socket swap with a good pull test, James.
Copy. Good pull test on the socket swap.
The space station is currently flying 257 statute miles over Nigeria.
Would you verify your gauntlets are down?
Gauntlets down.
Copy. You are translating back out to S6. On the way, drop your green hook on S5 handrail 2140. That's the same place where you picked it up.
The gauntlet is that covering of material just above his glove.
2140.
Good words. And we have about 15 minutes until our working eclipse starts.
Great. That time of year where day is longer than night. That matter's there, not here.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is now heading back.
Stand by.
Is now heading back to the workstation for the solar array.
So, in the other direction.
Sorry, James. Oh, boy.
Do not worry about it.
Oh, boy.
You're in great shape. We got plenty of time. It's good practice.
Thought I could tag the E6, you know, why not?
Yeah, well, you're here.
It'll only take another minute or two.
Yeah, if it wasn't clear, don't actually do that. We want you going to S6.
I'm already headed that way.
We see it.
You don't need to see the car brakes yet, do you?
No.
Okay, great.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is translating the sides of the International Space Station, heading back to the workstation where the International Space Station RoIl-Out solar array is awaiting for its cables to be mated during our upcoming solar eclipse starting in about 12 minutes.
Okay, and James, just confirming, 2140, I'm expecting that outboard of the Sarge, which I just crossed, gauntlets down.
A-firm, it should be on S5, and it's on the second A-frame that you encounter.
The mirror you're seeing on his right arm is used for him to be able to look at the controls on his spacesuit. Because he's in the helmet, he can't look down physically, so the astronauts utilize these mirrors in order to see on their chest. Because of that mirror, those controls are backwards on the spacesuit if you were just to look at them straight on.
All right, I'm at 2117 on with 5, now 2128.
He is confirming his...
With 11.
You've just passed the first A-frame. The handrail's on the second A-frame.
Okay.
He is confirming his location to flight control team members here in Mission Control. They know the location of all of these different grab bars for the astronauts to use to get around the International Space Station.
Oh, it is, okay, it is right by with 11. Got it.
A-firm, it should be...
Just hidden on the backside.
Should be near your right hand.
That's it.
As Woody moves from area to area, he relocates his tethers. He has both a safety tether and also an additional local tether.
Okay, Jenny, green hook's on 2140.
He is confirming where he has placed his tether.
Copy, Woody. That's a good config. You can translate outboard to the mod kit.
Work.
A beautiful view of the Earth below. The space station is currently flying over Angola in Africa.
Woody, as you continue your translation outboard, you're a straight shot for this translation, but if you can get eyes on Steve's tether, make sure that it's still fair lead around the perimeter of S6. We'd appreciate it.
That's in my field of view, and it is. It's fair lead. It looks beautiful. So, up until it gets to me, I got to do the corner again when you get this. Oh, you want to get that corner again?
Well, when you get me straightened out, because I think it's coming on my back.
Okay. Yeah, I see that.
S6 is the starboard 6 truss. This is where we are installing the solar array today.
Backside is this APFR again. First air leading.
Copy, Woody, we agree.
APFR is the adjustable portable foot restraint.
And
Articulating
Woody, you can
foot
reinstall
restraint.
your rich man's fair lead for your tether as well, if you need to keep it clear.
The APFR does essentially the same thing. You guys are good with that?
Copy, Woody, we're fine with that.
Okay. Thanks so much.
And you can see NASA astronaut Steve Bowen coming into view on NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg's helmet cam.
You can see that somehow my tether, my safety tether, and my keyring extender ended up where I expected it to be.
Okay. Coming in to take a look.
Going low. I can get a 5 speed.
There are a couple of cables that the crew can work on pre-eclipse. They are the J cables. You will hear call-outs for those coming up.
Absolutely.
And we are about 6 minutes out from that working eclipse.
Just put it on the corner. Oh, man. Let you do it just to keep our, yeah, that we won't cross again. Yeah.
Woody and Steve, now that we are both in position at the mod kit, I have big picture words for both of you.
Sounds great, James.
We are 6 minutes from our working eclipse time and 6 minutes from a data LOS. We'll have voice for all but the last 2 minutes of that 8-minute data LOS. Depending where we are in the procedure, we'll treat that potentially like a handover. If not, I'll be very clear if I'm handing off to Frank. We will, before we go LOS for data, do our best to confirm safing from the ground, but if we need to, we'll loop in onboard IV to do that for us.
Copy, James. Great overview. And I copy you as well.
All right, so with that, we can have Woody translate to the right blanket box, and Steve, you can get in position to the left blanket box. We will have you demate the new cable wing tab connectors, which are on the mid-strut, from one another.
Copy.
They are going to be unconnecting these first sets of cables. Words also from Mission Control Houston that even with our upcoming expected loss of signal, the team is still going to be working.
You should see P7 alpha and J7 alpha and P21 alpha, J21 alpha.
On board, they have NASA astronaut Frank Rubio as their support.
I do. I see J7 alpha and T7. And where's the other connector? There it is.
Copy, Steve. You have the right connectors. Woody, you should have...
And James, I'm demating... You go ahead.
P9 alpha, J9 alpha, and P23 alpha, J23 alpha.
That's what I've got.
You can see the lighting begin to change as we head into that eclipse. We are about 3 minutes away from that orbital nighttime. This is the 8th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year in support of its assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. And this is the 6th International Space Station rollout solar array to be installed on the station. On June 9th, this exact team worked to install the solar array on the opposite side of the station. The solar array installed on June 9th and the one being installed today were delivered on the SpaceX Cargo Resupply Service mission, number 28, on June 5th.
Hi, Jenny. My cables are demated and not in position.
Copy, Woody.
All right, I'm still working on it. Got to get that wire tied up.
Copy, Steve.
And James, I've got a ret to that cap that we're going to be demating eventually.
Copy,
okay,
Woody.
My cables are disconnected. To make some sliding movement here, get some clearance on the panel connectors. Okay. Give me a beacon 3.
Copy. We are about a minute from our 8-minute data LOS. Again, we have voice in all but the last 2 minutes. I'm Prime IV, and we have just over a minute to our working eclipse start. Warning, you must not demate SAW connectors until eclipse plus 2 minutes. I'll tell you when that is. And you must maintain a 1-foot keep-out zone from any demated connectors starting 2 minutes prior to and during installation. We should not be in that situation, but again, I will give you warning if we are.
Copy, James. Copy.
We are waiting for our working eclipse to start in about 30 seconds and then safing. So stand by.
These cables you are seeing on your screen are ones that cannot be mated until we are in that working eclipse. Again, this is a safety measure to give all the arrays enough time to discharge power while the astronauts are handling electrical cables. Just as we've entered that working eclipse, our video data stream is being handed over to satellites, but we do still have audio connection with the astronauts outside. Brandon Lloyd is the flight director here in the room. He had the final call on all of these work ahead items that the astronauts completed today because they have been so efficient and working ahead of schedule. Today's EVA or spacewalk is 1 day shy of the 2-year anniversary of the first IROSA or International Space Station rollout solar array. That first installation was on June 16th of 2021, and here we are about 2 years later completing that 6th solar array installation. With this spacewalk, we will have installed 6 International Space Station rollout solar arrays onto the space station. We are expecting a 30% increase in power output. These new solar arrays are rolled out in front of the legacy arrays, but the legacy arrays will continue to produce power as well. Each of the new arrays are about half the size, but thanks to advances in technology, they are much more powerful. This new setup with IROSA and the legacy arrays will increase that power production capabilities to a combined total of more than 250 kilowatts. For comparison, the average American home uses around 2 kilowatts at any given time, and the space station currently consumes about 75 to 90 kilowatts. This is the 6th International Space Station rollout solar array to be installed. However, NASA and Boeing have a plan in place for a 4th set of rollout arrays to further augment the International Space Station's power supply. These arrays, which would be the 7th and 8th to be installed on the space station, are targeted to be delivered in the 2025 timeframe. So until then, the space station will be running with these 6 IROSA combined with those legacy solar arrays. A recap of where we are at in the spacewalk during this expected loss of signal as our data is transferred between satellites. Our spacewalk started this morning at 8:42 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:42 a.m. Central Time. NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen exited the airlock. They released the solar array from its flight support equipment area and relocated it to its current work site at the 1B power supply. This is on the starboard 6 truss. On board Emirati Space Agency astronaut Sultan Al-Nayati controlled a robotic arm that carried NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg and the IROSA over to the starboard 6 truss area. The robotic arm was not long enough to reach exactly where they needed to be, so together NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg and NASA astronaut Steve Bowen conducted a leapfrog maneuver, passing the solar array between themselves to reach its final work site. The team worked very efficiently and was ahead of schedule, so the flight control team here that you are seeing a live view of made the decision for the team to conduct some work ahead cleanup activities that were on their schedule to be done after the solar array installation. With a couple of those items completed, then we have entered into our orbital nighttime, where the astronauts are now able to safely mate the cables and connect the solar array to the space station's power supply.
Houston's back with you on 1.
Hi, Jenny.
Hey, Woody, we'll take a status from you.
We are standing by, awaiting further instructions.
All right.
We have not started.
All right, copy, no problem. We have plenty of time left in our working eclipse. We have just over 20 minutes. That was an unexpected voice LOS. The team's looking into it. In the meantime, I can confirm safing is in place, so let's get started. Woody, you can either start with the cap to P23 or the SAW cable P9. We need one of those disconnected from the panel. Let me know which you choose from. And likewise for Steve, we're looking at P7 or P21.
All right, P7 didn't work for Steve. SAW cable P9 demated.
Copy. Woody, P9 demated from panel P9.
Each of the cables have different numbers.
Connect P9 alpha to panel P9. I'll take your checks.
Copy. P9 alpha.
The Spacewalk communicator here in Mission Control Houston is instructing the astronauts on which cable to attach where in the panel. Jenny Seide-Gibbons is the...
No fog, no bent pins.
She's there in the black shirt. She is also a Canadian Space Agency astronaut.
To connect her hard stop.
Copy.
Together she is working with Spacewalk,
Estimated to connect hard stop.
Spacewalk officers.
Copy, Woody. Mate J9 alpha to SAW cable P9.
Who are tracking their procedures.
J9 alpha to SAW cable P9.
I'll take your checks.
Megan Shutika is the lead spacewalk officer today, and Miranda Nelson is the spacewalk task officer. However, it is Jenny who is the one who is communicating directly with the crew, and that is the voice that you hear. Brandon Lloyd is the flight director. As in the Apollo days, the flight director has the utmost authority and responsibility for the success of the mission and the safety of the astronauts.
Woody, you are go.
Wing cap connector hard stop.
Copy.
The astronauts are working through mating those cables during our orbital nighttime.
And Steve, I heard a good connection, P7 alpha to panel P7. Is that correct?
We should be getting video views back in about 6 minutes.
Copy, Steve, and that's to connector hard stop. You can now make P7 alpha to panel P7 if not done already.
All right, working the panel. And Jenny, I'm ready to move my cap.
A-firm, disconnect the wing tab connector cap from panel P23. You will be putting that connector cap on J23 alpha.
Okay, it's disconnected. We're moving it to J23 alpha.
A-firm, and I'll take checks on J23 alpha.
Okay. J23 alpha, no fog, no bent pins, and there's no EMI band on that side. The cap jam has a small black rubber insert that kind of came dislodged when I pulled the cap off. I pushed it back into the cap. I think it's in a good config for me to mate.
A-firm, Woody, you are go.
Okay, caps to hard stop.
All right, P7, J7 alpha to the panel is complete. There's a good EMI band, well, good pins, and it's all the way to hard stop.
Copy, P7 alpha made it to panel P7. Steve, you can move on to disconnecting SAW cable P21 from panel P21.
SAW stands for Solar Array Wing.
P23 alpha to panel P23.
These are the cables on the solar array.
P21 connected from the panel.
FOD, good pins, and looks like a good AMI band.
Copy, Steve. You can mate J21 Alpha to SAW cable P21.
Didn't work. And on P23 Alpha, no FOD, no bent pins, good EMI band.
Copy, Woody.
Wing tab connector, hard stop on panel 23.
Copy.
And I've checked all 4 wing tabs on the panel. Hard stop.
Copy. I'm tracking that is your last connection, Woody. All connectors are to hard stop. You can clean up any remaining cable slack as required.
Work.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg has completed connecting all of his cables.
P21 Alpha to P21 is complete. Work in the panel.
Copy, J21 Alpha mated to SAW cable P21. Good checks and to connector hard stop. You can move on to connecting P21 Alpha to panel P21.
Jenny Gibbons is following along a very detailed set of procedures for all of these tasks. She is speaking with the flight director right now.
Woody, you can translate to the ISS inboard side of the mod kit, and when you're ready, we'll take a glove inspection, hab check, and gauntlet check.
Copy all jams. Just cleaning up one bit, and then that'll be in work.
Copy.
With those cables successfully mated.
Getting the wire tie off of the connector here.
Correction, we are waiting on one more cable from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen.
On the middle strut. Now it's free. All right, see good pins, see my bed, no FOD.
Your go to mate, Steve.
Steve Bowen is working on his final cable while Woody Hoburg is translating to the next area of the work site.
All right, I've got the P21 Alpha to the panel, to the hard stop. That looks like a good mate.
Copy, Steve. I am tracking that is your last connector and the last connector that we need to complete during this eclipse. So well done, both of you. We still have 13 minutes of that working eclipse. You both did great. Steve, you can clean up the remaining slack in the cable as required.
Yep. To get my stuff disentangled from it.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen will now tidy up any additional cable slack.
Side of the mod kit. And in terms of my gloves, no change and a dry hat. Gauntlets are down.
Copy, Woody. Good checks. And for you both, we just got video back.
Welcome back.
And we have our live video views back after we translated our data stream to in between satellites as the International Space Station orbits the Earth. NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg just conducted a glove, gauntlet, and HAP check. HAP is a helmet absorption pad. This is in the back of the helmet. The crew uses this to determine if there's any excess water in their helmet. All things looked good for Woody, and he is now...
Three twists on 2 parts of that. Just get the slack, he's picked up pretty well, just the bundle here. I think I'm complete.
Copy, Steve.
You can probably let me know.
Steve, with that, I'll take a glove inspection, HAP check, and gauntlet check from you as well.
All right, let me get that to the...
Standby 1, Steve. We'll have you...
Okay.
Steve, we'll have you stay in this position for now.
Okay, back.
Basically, your next step is to get in a good position for viewing IROSA deploy. So wherever you think is best, it could be where you currently are, it could be on the mass canister handrail, it could be back on S6. We'll let you decide.
Oh, I understand now. Okay, let me look. More than a few short bit there. Okay. Let me get down to a little slightly better location, I think.
Copy. And we have, again, lots of time here, 10 more minutes of our working eclipse, and we need a check in installation prior to deploy. So we have at least 10 minutes to get ready. And Steve, let's send you back to the blanket box to check that all the connectors are mated to hard stop. We are unaware of whether we might have bumped one out of position. If you already checked them, you could just let us know, and that's fine for us.
I did, but I'll go back and check. We got time.
We just didn't have video at the time, Steve.
They all look like they're the hard stop, including the ones that were already mated.
Mission control team is asking for a video visual on those cables.
Great config, Steve. Thank you for triple checking for us.
On those cables, just to make sure that everything looks good, being that we did not have video views during that mating process.
We can get to see things.
This is the helmet cam from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen. He is going to get in a good position to view the rollout of the solar array. He is looking at his teammate today, NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. Woody Hoburg has the red stripe on his spacesuit today. He is EV1, and Steve is EV2. Once that solar array does start to unroll, it will take about 12 minutes for it to fully unfurl.
Okay, Kenny, do you have video? How does that look?
We do have video, and that looks great, Steve. Thank you.
Okay, I'll see if I can make myself stable here then.
Sounds good to us. When you're ready, I need a glove inspection, HAP check, and gauntlet check.
All right, thanks. That half is dry. Gauntlets are down. White glove is good.
Can see NASA astronaut Steve Bowen conducting his glove check.
And left glove is good.
He is inspecting it for any unexpected damage. Everything looks good.
Woody and Steve, we're still waiting for a Spartan check down here. In the meantime, one warning for you. Prior to releasing the deployment launch restraint bolts, stay clear of the deploying IrOSA blankets. In your current position, you will both be clear.
Copy, thanks, Jeff. And I copy as well.
A little bit ago, you heard the call out for Spartan. That is a console position here in Mission Control Houston. Spartan stands for Station Power, Articulation, Thermal, and Analysis. They manage the external cooling system as well as power generation and distribution for the space station. Spartan will be monitoring the power generated by the array once it is being rolled out. The astronauts have completed their tasks that were needed to mate the new cables during this working eclipse. They are waiting until orbital sunrise to actually start unfurling the solar array. We are expecting that to happen in about 5 minutes. Here is a graphic showing the location of where the astronauts are right now. They are on this IrOSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array 1B. On June 9th, this same duo, NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg and NASA astronaut Steve Bowen, installed and rolled out successfully the solar array on the 1A power channel.
Woody and Steve, we're still waiting for another 3 to 4 minutes until we're in insulation, but I have an updated PET for you. We are 4 hours into a 7-hour, 30-minute EVA with the limiting consumable being Woody's battery. Following our deploy steps, we have about 15 minutes of cleanup, which is faster than you were expecting based on your study time because of the get-aheads we did earlier. And the team is reassessing what we will be doing after that.
Thanks, Jeff. Copy.
For your information, we are also looking into why our SHA-SS comm path didn't allow us to speak to you during that data LOS, made it into a full LOS for us. For your awareness, we have another one of those coming up where we should have SHA-SS, but we're going to try and address the problem before then. We might be handing over to Frank for that time if we need to.
Copy. Thanks, James.
Mission control team confirming that that expected loss of signal of video extended.
We don't have to worry about that potential LOS for a while. That's over an hour away.
Extended momentarily to unexpected also on the voice side. Our next planned loss of signal coming up in about an hour. The team should have voice with the astronauts for the majority of that loss of signal. We just won't have video views. We are just over 4 hours into today's spacewalk, and the crew has already worked ahead on additional tasks that were planned. NASA astronaut Steve Bowen, this is his 10th spacewalk today. And it is Woody Hoburg's second spacewalk. They launched together as part of the NASA Crew 6 mission. They arrived to the space station on March 3rd of 2023. For Bowen, after today being his 10th spacewalk, it will tie him for the most spacewalks by a U.S. astronaut. He will be then tied with Mike Lopez, Alegria, Bob Behnken, Peggy Whitson, and Chris Cassidy.
Woody and Steve, we're headed into insulation. Spartan will do their check shortly.
Great. And James, I'm going to have Alpha 1 counter 2 set.
We are heading into that orbital sunrise.
You should be in position for R9 and R10. Your settings are Bravo 7, counter 2.
My fault. All right, Bravo 7, counter 2. Concur. Got it.
Good feedback.
Next up, they will release the launch restraint bolts, which will allow the solar array to unroll. NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg working on those launch restraint bolts to release those. And this live view from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera. He has positioned himself to have a good view of that solar array unfurling. His next job is to observe these first set of magnets, make sure that they snap together during that initial deployment. There are magnets along the rim of the solar array that actually aids with helping it to unfurl. The team is waiting for a go from Spartan.
All right, Woody and Steve, we have the check that we need. So with that, we are go for deploy. Steve, you stay in position. Woody, you can release R9 and R10. The white line will appear when the bolts are fully released. Expect 17 to 20 turns each.
Okay, Jenny, I copy R9, R10, Bravo 7, counter 2 set. Starting turns on R9.
Good words.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is utilizing his pistol grip tool, or his spacewalk drill, to loosen those restraint bolts.
Any bolt popped out at 1-6 turns. I see the white line visible.
Copy, white line visible at 1-6, 16 turns on R9. Go for R10.
Go for R10, starting turns.
This is the final bolt that needs to be released.
Turns on R10, gonna wiggle it.
Copy, your go.
Yeah, not coming out like the last one with a wiggle. Can I give it a few more turns, James?
Stand by one, Woody.
Yep, got it, hit the wiggle. Wiggle this way.
Copy, we see it. Well done.
And with those restraint bolts released, you can see the solar array begin to unroll. It is aided by those magnets that snap together. This is the helmet camera view from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen. It will take about 12 minutes for the solar array to completely unfurl. A beautiful view with the Earth below. The International Space Station is approaching the coast of Hawaii.
There's 5 magnets on my side are faded.
Copy, Steve. We see that in your HECA as well. Thank you.
That's a firm flight.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen confirming that he sees those magnets have properly engaged, with another confirmation from the flight control team here in Houston. He is going to remain in that position to keep a good visual on the solar array as it rolls out. About 2 years from the first IROSA unrolling is the sixth IROSA unrolling. Again, that first IROSA, or International Space Station rollout solar array, was installed on June 16th of 2021.
Go.
Jenny, there's some white rectangles that pop out in the center of IROSA as it's rolling out, and it looks like maybe the 5th one up, the right-hand side one, did not fully pop over. Should be able to see it in my HECA.
Copy, Woody. We are getting
right up the middle of IROSA.
We are getting eyes on that. We appreciate the report. Would you be able to get a picture on your camera as well?
Of course.
Thank you. Woody and Steve, we're about halfway through deploy. We'll let you know when we can get moving again after deploy is complete.
Great, Jenny.
After the solar array is deployed, the team will then proceed to tension it or make it be pulled tight. You can see the view here of a size comparison between the new solar array with the legacy array. When unrolled, the International Space Station RoIl-Out solar array, the new one, will be 60 feet long by 20 feet wide, and the legacy ones are 112 feet long and 39 feet wide. To the left is the SSRMS, or the Space Station Remote Manipulator System, also known as the Canadarm2. It is a contribution from the Canadian Space Agency. It helps move supplies, equipment, and even astronauts during spacewalks like the one today. It is over 57 feet long when it is fully extended.
All right, Woody and Steve, we have about 2 minutes left of deploy, and I have big picture words ready for both of you.
Great, ready to copy.
Woody, you will be completing the tensioner bolt release and then doing work site cleanup pretty much as written in the procedure. We'll have you get crew lock bag M, and then you'll be translating inboard, picking up your green hook along the way, and then working with SSRMS to retrieve the APFR. Following that, we'll have more information. Steve, you ready?
I'm ready to copy.
Steve, for you, following deploy, you are going to pick up the cable bag and put it on your BRT. You'll translate inboard, picking up your green hook on the way, and then we will have you at the CETA cart bundling that bag to crew lock bag T.
Understand.
BRT stands for Body Restraint Tether.
Or close to it, we'll have words on get-aheads.
Sounds good.
The 6th International Space Station solar array is completing.
Maybe I didn't notice it on the last deploy, but as we got to the end there, I noticed what looked like, it looked similar to me to what I saw when tensioning occurred on the last one. And a little pop.
Magnets on your side weren't perfectly lined up before, but they are now.
Copy. And we think that that pop is normal.
Copy. Great.
Okay, with that, deploy is complete. So well done, both of you. Steve, you can translate to retrieve the cable bag. And Woody, sudden stops and quick grabs are still not allowed on the mod kit. And now you have a 25 foot-pound max lateral load on the mod kit, less than before, now that we have deployed. You can get in position for the tensioner bolts.
Copy, Jenny.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg will be releasing those tensioner bolts. That is going to pull the solar array tight. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is going to start with some cleanup activities.
And Woody and Steve, can either of you confirm that the magnets on the other side that Steve was not looking at have snapped together successfully?
They have. I can see them from here. All the magnets, on the first 5 I can see clearly. The rest I watched at the end. They all snapped right into place at the very end. That was part of what that tensioning that Woody just mentioned was.
All right, thank you. We'll take that. That check is good for us. Steve, again, you're headed to the cable back.
All right, going to cable bag. And Jenny, I have Alpha 1, Counter 2 set. R11.
Good settings. You will be releasing these 5 to 6 turns. A white line will be visible when released.
Copy, starting turns.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is turning those tensioner bolts. You can see movement on the solar array as it is pulled tight.
Steve, repeat your last.
I'm passing several cable clamps that are undone, and I could. The cables are fine.
Okay, Steve, we copy. You can close those if you want, but it's not required.
Okay.
As NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is translating to his new location, he saw some open cable ties. The mission control team in Houston confirmed that he can close them, but it's just optional.
Jenny, you back?
Back with you, Woody.
Okay, I waited for you guys for R12, but I'm ready to start turns.
Here you go.
Oh. Okay, Jenny, I saw the pop on the array at 3 turns. That was similar to what I saw on R11. I continued the bolt to your minimum 5 turns, and I have a white band visible.
Copy. The pop happened after 3 turns, but you got a total of 5. You see the white line.
Stay firm.
All right, Woody, those are good bolts. You can verify that all the MLI on the mod kit is in place. No metal should be showing from the struts or collar bolts.
Sounds good. Looking.
Mission control team confirming that everything looks good on the rolled out solar array that has now been pulled tight thanks to tensioner bolts.
Okay, Jenny, I have wheel back to my BRT on a rep, and I'm picking it up.
Copy, Steve. You have the cable bag on your BRT. You will be releasing it from structure and translating inboard, picking up your green hook on the way.
And NASA astronaut Steve Bowen confirming that he has the tool bag on his body restraint tether. Here you can see a view of that.
We have one additional step before you head to the crew lock bag. We're interested in why that part of the center of IROSA that you reported didn't deploy nominally, and we're wondering if you can get us a view on the outboard side. It would be the back from your perspective previously of that portion of the array. We understand that's really challenging because you're on S6, but we'll take your best effort.
Okay, I'll see if I can do it. Jenny, do you have in my HECA this piece of MOI? Want me to put a wire tie on that, or?
Checking.
There's no metal exposed.
All right, Woody, if no metal is showing, you can leave it as is. Thank you.
Okay, copy that. I will try to get that view now.
We appreciate it. And if you are able to get a view, we'd also like a photo, please.
Gotcha. Try.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is attempting to get a visual and a photo of an area during deploy that teams believe may have been abnormal.
Yeah, I see it perfectly. So, and I think what we're dealing with is on the back side of the array, there are some yellow foam strips, and it looks like that white rectangle is just caught on the edge of one of the yellow foam strips.
All right, we see it in your HECA. Thank you so much, Woody.
Okay, I'll get you some photos.
HECA is the helmet cam. That is the live view you are seeing right now.
We see you pulling out your camera, and we appreciate it. We will take some photos of that. Thank you, Woody.
Yeah, of course, no problem.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is taking a photo for engineering analysis, but this issue is not expected to impact the performance of the solar array.
Okay, I think I got some good shots, James.
Great, thank you, Woody. We appreciate it. Your next step is to release the scoop from the mounting bracket with the adjustable equipment tethers on it, and you'll be stowing that in the crew lock bag.
Copy. Okay, I have retrieved my green hook. Continuing my translation inboard.
Copy and concur, Steve.
Here you can see that tool bag. He is putting the scoop inside of the tool bag. And the scoop is a handling aid.
Steve?
I'm inboard the surge.
Copy, Steve. Let us know when you're on the port seat cart.
Okay.
We are just over 4.5 hours. We are at 4 hours and 33 minutes into the 265th spacewalk out of the International Space Station in support of its assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg and NASA astronaut Steve Bowen began the spacewalk this morning at 8:42 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:42 a.m. Central Time. After they exited the airlock, they released the solar array from its flight support equipment area. They then relocated it to the starboard truss at the 1B power supply. The team transported the solar array with the robotic arm called the Canada II arm. Woody Hoburg flew on that robotic arm with the solar array and then passed it off to Steve Bowen in a leapfrog maneuver to get it to its workstation. During that time, the team worked very efficiently and was well ahead of schedule, so the flight control team here in Houston made the decision for them to go ahead and work ahead on some items in the timeline while they waited for an eclipse, an orbital nighttime. That orbital nighttime was necessary as a safety measure in order to make sure there was no power, no sun reaching that solar array when they went to actually connect it to the space station. We successfully reached our orbital nighttime, and the team mated the solar array with the space station's power systems. After that, it successfully unfurled. And the flight control team is happy with the deployment of the solar array. The team is still well ahead of schedule and is now completing their additional cleanup activities. Because the astronauts are still ahead of schedule, the flight control team here in Houston is evaluating yet another potential work ahead for the team. They are both currently headed to the port CETA cart. CETA stands for the Crew and Equipment Translation Aid. This is a cart, and it is on the port side of the space station.
Woody, once you have the crew lock bag on your BRT, your next step is to translate back inboard, but this is obviously the last time we will be at this work site today, so we want you to do a sanity check and a scan. Looks like you've been looking around anyway. Make sure we haven't forgotten anything.
Right, sounds good, Jenny. Stand by one.
He is connecting that tool bag to his BRT, or body restraint tether. The mission control team asked for one final visual of this workstation before they leave it for the day after a successful solar array deploy.
All right, looking around. Inside connectors are mated. MOI looks good. Nice deployed IROSA. Got crew lock bag key with me, and I'm leaving the APFR, Jenny, in with 31.
Affirm, that's right. And you should have crew lock bag M, but otherwise correct.
Thank you. Correction, yes. Crew lock bag M is on my BRT.
Perfect, Woody. Wonderful job. You can clean up any sort of fair lead you might have out there, because your next step is to translate inboard and pick up your green hook.
Copy that. Thanks. All right, I have the cable bag fitted with the T bag. And so do my BRT.
Copy, Steve. We'll have you hold at the port CETA cart for now. I will take a glove inspection and a HAP check from you.
All right, let me get comfy. That's a good half a fry.
Copy your check, Steve.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen just conducted a routine glove, gauntlet, and HAP check. HAP is the helmet absorption pad. This is a pad that's in the back of their helmet. They test to see if it's squishy or wet or has any water. Everything is good for NASA astronaut Steve Bowen. The crew has been conducting these checks throughout the spacewalk. We are currently 4 hours and 40 minutes into today's spacewalk and well ahead of schedule. Steve Bowen is waiting at that cart location for Woody Hoburg to join him shortly.
Copy, Woody. Continue your translation inboard. Once you are on the inboard side of the starboard seat cart, we'll have you tap the brake pedals twice.
Copy all.
I have big picture words for both of you. Steve, you're stationary. Woody, you ready?
Yep, ready to copy, Jay.
All right, I just want to check in with you before we go further. We are 4 hours and 40 minutes or so into this EVA. You two have done a phenomenal job. You've already deployed IROSA, and our next steps really would be to sync up and then get after some get-aheads. Mainly, Steve, we would be sending you to the Z1 tool boxes in order to retrieve that Canon connector tool. How are you guys feeling?
Steve, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I've been there before. Hopefully I don't pull a whole tool tray out. Pretty good.
I think it's in the door, actually. So.
Oh, even better.
Yep.
We think that's a yes.
And is that the yes?
Hey, Jenny, I'm doing great as well. So happy to keep going.
Okay, great.
Anything you guys need.
We're really glad to hear it again. You two have done a wonderful job. All right, so again, reminder, your next step, just because I see you're coming up to those CETA carts, Woody will take a double tap on the inboard side of the starboard CETA cart before you head under the MT, and then you'll sync up with Steve on the port CETA cart. You'll need to be further inboard than Steve in order to make our tether routing work. So once you get there, just make sure your tethers are deconflicted, and then you will actually pass Steve and continue your translation inboard.
All right, got it.
And Jenny, do we want to clean up the tether config and get it back to the airlock as the staging, or we'll just deal with that later?
And Steve, we're going to be cleaning that up on our way back. We have more details for you soon.
Okay.
And yet another...
Good double tap on the starboard CETA cart. Inboard side.
Copy, Woody. Thank you.
And yet another work-ahead task for the EVA 88 crew members. Mission control team asked them if they were up for it, and they pulled yes.
Let me get up above you, Woody.
Yeah, let me take a look at the tether situation. Okay, so... Yeah. Steve, that's a great spot. Thanks.
Yep.
Woody, you are headed to the SSRMS cleanup position, which is at mile marker 6870.
6870.
Good words.
Thank you, Jenny.
The SSRMS stands for the Space Station Remote Manipulator System. That is the robotic arm that has been used on today's spacewalk to transport both Woody and the IROSA to its workstation.
All right, Steve, tethers look really good thanks to your excellent position there.
All right. Thanks for getting by me.
I'm getting there. Do you want this CETA cart break as well, James?
I'll get it.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Steve's the last one to leave that CETA cart, so you can just continue. Steve will get it later.
Okay, Steve, one sec. You just make sure I'm well clear of your tether.
Yeah, I'm watching it. That's the way it leads.
It'll clear here. Stand by. There we go. There's obviously a slight cross right here where they're anchored, but that should not be a factor.
Yeah, I'll deal with that.
Okay.
Houston's following along and agrees. All right, Woody is in a good position, clear of you, Steve, so you can translate to the anchor hooks, and we'll get you to double tap the inboard port CETA cart brake pedal twice on your way.
All right. All right. Second Sultan, are you guys ready for a GCA? They're published.
Absolutely, we are ready for bringing the arm for the APFR removal position, and we are expecting station aft about 1 meter, 70 centimeters.
That sounds perfect, Sultan. Go for station aft.
All right, starting motion.
Copy.
And Jenny, I double tap the starboard.
CETA cart brakes.
Okay, the port, yeah.
CETA cart brakes.
Copy, Steve.
What do we see? Good motion.
Concur, Sultan. Good motion.
One meter to go.
Continue.
Copy, continue. Half a meter to go.
Continue.
Copy, continue. To go.
Okay, you can hold position there.
Hold position.
Sultan, that looks great. CA complete.
Copy, GCA complete. Brakes are coming on, and you are go for APFR removal.
Copy, go. Thanks.
Woody, you'll be bundling crew lock bag M to the APFR and then stowing that bundle on your BRT.
Copy, Jenny. Thanks.
Steve and Woody, I have those big picture tether words when you're ready.
Ready to copy.
All right, so right now Woody's retrieving the APFR from the arm. Steve, you're going to stay at the anchor hooks, and Woody's going to translate back to the airlock, establish a good load path to the airlock, and Steve, I will talk you through picking up the anchor hooks. You'll head back to the airlock as well, and then establish your anchor hooks on the forward and aft external D-rings. So we will no longer be in a slingshot configuration. Your anchor hooks will be back at the airlock. And then, Steve, I'll send you to Z1 for the toolboxes. And Woody, you'll be going to ESP2 to drop off the APFR.
Okay, copy all, James.
Two different tasks coming up. NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is going to take charge on another work-ahead item. He'll be heading to a toolbox to retrieve a connector tool for use on a future spacewalk. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is going to be repositioning a foot restraint.
Okay, Jenny, ready to continue down to the airlock.
Copy. You can give Frank and Sultan a go to maneuver to the SSRMS park position and continue your translation.
Okay, let me just get on the other side here, and then I'll give them that go. Frank, Sultan, your go for park.
Woody, we copy. Brakes already off, and we are moving the arm right now.
Copy, go.
Woody, once you're at the airlock, you'll be stowing the crew lock bag there, and you can connect a waist tether to the airlock internal D-ring.
Okay, airlock internal D-ring. Does airlock D-ring extender work well, James?
Hey, Fern.
Do we want something else?
Nope, that's fine. We just need a good low path to the airlock.
Yeah, that waist tether. Got it. Remember, we have that waist tether already stationed there, so we can do this pretty easily. Yeah, copy, Steve, but I'm continuing later. Yeah, that's true.
Steve, our arms in motion. Now we need to go.
All right.
Steve, I can talk you through picking up the anchor hooks when the time is right. Not yet, but you can start by reading to Woody's anchor hook, which is on the zenith handrail 3247.
3247 zenith handrail. Okay.
The robotic arm is in motion. It is being operated by fellow crew members inside Emirati Space Agency astronaut Sultan Al-Nayati and NASA astronaut Frank Rubio. Meanwhile, back at the airlock, you just saw the thermal cover being opened, and that is inside the Quest airlock. This is the crew lock portion of the airlock. This is live views from the helmet camera on Woody Hoburg's spacesuit.
Right waist tether, gate closed, locked, black on black to the airlock D-ring extender. And I've double-checked that small hook, also gate closed, locked, black on black to my right D-ring extender.
Copy, Woody. That's a good load pass to the airlock. So you can give Steve a go to put your anchor hook on his red reel.
Steve, you have a go.
All right. I've got a red to Woody's anchor hook, taking his anchor hook going to my red reel.
Good words.
All right, gate closed, final locked. Woody's anchor hook is to my red reel. Reel is unlocked.
Copy, Steve. That is a good config. You now have a good load path back to the airlock. You can retrieve your anchor hook from handrail 3246 and stow it on your mini workstation.
Handrail 3246. My hook coming off to my mini workstation. All right, that's complete.
Copy, Steve.
Take the rest back off.
Copy. You can translate to the airlock.
Airlock bag M stowed in the airlock.
Copy, Woody.
The tool bag is successfully inside of the airlock. The astronauts will be taking that back inside with them today.
Woody, when you're ready, I'll take a glove inspection and hop check.
All right, starting my translation back.
He is performing another routine inspection of his gloves, the piece of fabric that is just above the gloves called the gauntlet, and then that helmet absorption pad located inside of his helmet.
Woody and Steve, we're working on our comm configuration for the next data LOS. I'm going to perform a comm check on SHA SF now.
Copy, Jim.
Red now to you, sir.
Comm check on SHA SF.
Jams loud and clear. Help me.
Do you have me loud and clear?
Okay. And we do have an echo.
Copy, you have an echo. If it becomes unusable, let us know.
Copy.
And NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is confirmed to do that work ahead item of retrieving that tool from a toolbox. This is live video views from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera as he works to retrieve that tool.
Now that you're back at the airlock, you can place your anchor hook on the forward external airlock signal.
I hook to the forward external D-ring. Okay, stand by. I'll get myself stable.
And we are in an expected loss of signal right now.
All right, my gate closed, flight locked, I'll be forward. D-ring. My...
That's a good load path for you, Steve. You can place Williams anchor hook on the aft external airlock tubing.
And he's got it in hand, and he'll take care of that. I need that to be tight. Yeah, let me hold that. There you go. All right, yellow hook, get close line lock, yellow lock. Hook, get close line lock.
What do you, anchor hook is gate code slider lock on the aft D-ring. Rails are unlocked.
All right, that's a good load path for both of you. William, you can release the waist tether from the airlock when you're ready. And Steve, at this time, you can still break the cable bag and clear up bag down in the airlock.
Yep, I like to go still DT bag. You want them on the locker, or do you want me to put them in the airlock?
You can stow both bags inside of the airlock.
All right, going inside the airlock.
You can see NASA astronaut Steve Bowen released that tether, and he is now going inside of the airlock.
And Jenny, confirm I'm headed out to ESP2 with the APFR.
Mr. Woody will be translating around the starboard edge to the forward side of the ESP2.
Copy. Starboard edge, forward side. Steve, our tethers look clear. I'm heading out.
Sounds good. I'm going to get the bags off the DOT.
We are in an expected loss of signal for our video views, but the team does still have audio connection with the crew. This is live views of Mission Control Houston, where the team is awaiting updates on NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's work ahead task to retrieve a tool from a toolbox.
And I have one airlock rep. My DRT rep. All right, they're stowed inside.
These one bags with the airlock. You can translate into the float Z1 toolbox. We'll have you on the aft side of the station. I have notes on the green hook and the translation.
Okay, let me get up there.
We'll also have you close the thermal cover, Steve.
Jenny, I'm at width 4.
Copy, what we are looking for is number 5.
Okay, I'm at width 5. I see it right next to me.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is making his way to the toolbox with navigational help from Mission Control here in Houston.
All right, leaving.
And with our expected loss of signal,
Clocking 6, locking collar, black on black, good pull twist test. Switch knob blocks can be depressed. Current setting 6, Papa Papa, box 6.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is installing that foot restraint system in a new area and is calling out that status to the mission control team.
Steve, did you copy that?
Nope, I do not hear. My location is on top of the toolbox.
Avoid inadvertent contact with the CNG covers and shell. Toolbox surfaces may have known emergency strike, and the toolbox does not meet crew translation mode while it is open.
Understand. Box is not for translation. And I am at the IAPFR and different ingress.
Confirmation from mission control team that NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is good to remain in the airlock with the thermal cover closed while NASA astronaut Steve Bowen completes this final work ahead task of retrieving that tool from the Z1 toolbox.
Over the top of the CNG,
Yep, and up top is U1.
And Jenny, confirm you're good with the AVFR install?
Confirm. So this is installing this. You can retrieve crew upside down and store it on the unit team. Correction, that's already at the airlock. You can transit back to the airlock.
Okay, there we go, in work.
We are now in an expected loss of signal for both video and audio feeds. We'll take this time to recap where we are in today's spacewalk, EVA 88, with NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen. Today's spacewalking team is NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg and NASA astronaut Steve Bowen. For Hoburg, this is his second spacewalk, and for Bowen, this is his 10th spacewalk. He is now tied for the most spacewalks. This is Steve Bowen. He is now tied for the most spacewalks by a U.S. astronaut. He is now tied with Mike Lopez Alegria, Bob Behnken, Peggy Whitson, and Chris Cassidy. This duo here also installed another IrOSA on June 9th. Today's spacewalk is the 265th spacewalk aboard the International Space Station in support of its assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. It's the 8th Space Station spacewalk in 2023 and the 6th for the Expedition 69 crew members. We are just over 5 hours in our spacewalk, just at 5 hours and 13 minutes. We began this morning at 8:42 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:42 a.m. Central Time. That marked the moment where astronauts Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen switched on to battery power. This is the 6th solar array to be successfully installed, the new solar array to be successfully installed aboard the space station. Timeline of events today: after the astronauts exited the airlock, they proceeded to the flight support equipment area. This was the area where the solar arrays were delivered to. They arrived to the space station on the SpaceX Commercial Resupply Service mission number 28. That was on June 5th. Today, the astronauts released the solar array from that flight support equipment area, and then NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg took hand of it He attached himself to the robotic arm and had the solar array in hand. Inside the International Space Station was Emirati Space Agency astronaut Sultan Al-Nayati. He actually controlled the robotic arm and moved NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg with the solar array close to its workstation at the 1B power supply on the starboard 6 truss of the space station. NASA astronaut Steve Bowen met him there, and they used a leapfrog maneuver of passing the solar array between each other to get it to that final spot. From there, the team released hinge bolts and installed it on the mounting bracket. The team made excellent time, and it was decided by the flight control team here in Houston for them to go ahead and proceed with some work ahead tasks that were already planned in the timeline. They did this while they were waiting for a orbital nighttime in order to make sure that there was no power flowing to the solar array when they connected it to the station.
Welcome back, Kenny.
Okay, Kenny, I've got 2 Canon connector tools. Is there a preference?
We only need one of those 2 cable connector tools, Canon connector tools, excuse me, and there is no preference on which one you take.
Okay. Check release. It's been ready to my workstation via RET. And I'm closing the doors again.
Copy.
The team successfully connected the new solar array to the space station and then successfully deployed it, with the mission control team happy with the array's deployment. After cleaning up their work site, there was then time for yet an additional work ahead task.
Door shut.
Copy, Steve.
My waste center.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is currently completing that task. It was to retrieve a tool from a toolbox. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is waiting in the airlock. Waiting inside the airlock.
Copy, Steve.
Correction, he is not inside, he is beside it.
Steve, can you verify you closed at least one of those door latches?
Both closed.
Copy.
I closed both latches.
That's great. Thank you, Steve. You can translate back to the airlock.
Back.
And with confirming that that toolbox is secure, NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is on his way back to the airlock to meet NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. It is dark out right now because we are in an orbital nighttime. The International Space Station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, providing the crew with 45 minutes of daytime and 45 minutes of nighttime. Together, they see about 16 sunsets and sunrises each day. Retrieving this tool is the final task on today's spacewalk. Once NASA astronaut Steve Bowen returns back to the airlock, the team will ingress back into the space station.
All right, we're in back.
Welcome back, Steve.
Steve, you can ingress the airlock and hook up a waist tether to the airlock internal D-ring or extender.
And Steve, I've already got that double waist tether down for myself.
Excellent. And your waist tether D-ring extender. Great.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is back inside the airlock. He is tethering himself to it. NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is following shortly. He will also close the hatch thermal cover behind him.
Copy, Steve. We're going to be using that as our primary load path to clean up our tethers outside. This is different than the way the procedure was written because we've done a reconfig. Steve, once you have confirmed that you have a good load path to the airlock, so Woody, my next steps are for you.
Okay, Johnny, ready to copy.
Woody, you can attach the anchor hook on the forward D-ring and attach it to your waist tether.
Okay, so Steve, you're safe, right?
I am safe.
All right, picking up your anchor hook.
Affirm.
Okay, Jenny, I'm sending the airlock waist tether back inside. On my right waist tether, I have Steve's anchor hook. Those locked black on black, both hooks.
All right, Woody, that is a good load path to Steve and to the airlock, so you can take your anchor hook, which is on the aft external D-ring, and stow it on your mini workstation.
All right, Jenny, I concur. It works. And Jenny, that is complete.
Copy, Woody. Ingress the airlock.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg successfully reorganized his tethers, and he is now entering the airlock. After that hatch thermal cover is in place and the hard shell hatch has been secured, our repressurization process will occur of the crew lock. On the other side of the crew lock is the equipment lock. All of this is together part of the airlock, but on the other side, our NASA astronaut Frank Rubio.
Just going to wait for it. Excellent. I gave it a nice kick. Good job. Okay.
And the thermal hatch cover is closed.
Complete for Woody. Complete for Steve.
The crew has now...
Woody, attach the hook to the magnetic plate D-ring, cinch the strap.
The crew has now turned off their helmet cameras. This is part of the normal procedure during the repressurization process.
Okay, that is snug with 7 lines visible.
Copy, Woody. Check the thermal cover magnet is engaged.
It is engaged.
All right, you can both remove your SCUs from their stowage pouches, remove your DCM covers and Velcro to your DCM, and connect to your SCUs.
Okay. Steve, I might need a little more room for the hatch eventually.
That's all right. Once I get the SCU on, I'll twist away.
Okay.
All right, SCU installed, EV2.
Copy, Steve.
All right, let me get myself down and in. That might help a little bit, Woody.
1 sec. All right, Jenny, EV1 SCU installed. Awesome. And yeah, Steve, that's awesome. Thank you.
Copy all. Switch water off, forward. Expect H2O is off message.
EV1 water off.
The astronauts are turning the water off on their spacesuit. The hatch thermal cover is in place.
Copy. We have a 2-minute timer set. Caution, do not close the hatch until EMU water is off for 2 minutes. I want to take this opportunity to say congratulations to the entire on-orbit and ground team. You performed phenomenally today. At the end of this series, we have 2 deployed IROSAs, some newly certified, I would say, onboard IVs. Woody, congratulations on your 2nd spacewalk, and Steve, congratulations on your 10th. With this spacewalk, you have tied the American spacewalking record, and we are very happy to be a part of this for both of you. Congratulations.
Jenny, thanks so much. That was an amazing experience. It's amazing to be out here for Steve's record-tying spacewalk. And kudos to Frank, Sultan, and the whole ground team for all their hard work, preparation that went into this. You guys did an awesome job.
some kind words between NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg and Jenny City Gibbons, who was the spacewalk communicator with the crew today.
Okay, that gives me time. Houston, station on 1 for next move.
Test time.
Okay. I'd like to move King to Bravo 2, King to B2, Spartan to move. Congrats on the new array.
Getting a well played down here. Thank you both. All right, our 2-minute timer is complete, not a moment too soon. Verify that the handle is in a position per the hatch decal. Verify the outer hatch is clear of hardware, and close and lock the hatch.
As the hatch is closing, you heard a tradition between the flight control team here in Houston and the astronauts on board the International Space Station. There is an ongoing game of chess that is played.
Area is clear of hardware.
Every day they each make a move on that chess game.
Copy.
EV hatch closed and locked.
Copy. Hatch closed and locked. On the UIA, oxygen.
Although the hatch is closed and locked, the spacewalk timer will continue to run until that repressurization begins.
Switch power, EV1 and 2, both to on.
EV1 is on, EV2 is on, 18.6 volts and 0 amps on 1, 18.6 volts and 0.02 on 2.
Copy all, Steve. On your DCMs, switch power to SCU. Expect a warning tone.
Once the crew lock is completely repressurized, the astronauts on the other side of the Quest airlock will bring our spacewalkers from the crew lock portion into the equipment lock. They will help them doff their suits, and their safers will also be removed.
Copy all. With that, I will hand you back to your very capable suit IVs.
The safer is the simplified aid for EVA rescue. We can discuss that further once we get to that point in the doffing process.
All right, we copy, Jenny. Thanks so much for today's work. And Woody, Steve, welcome back. Let's bring you in. So both of you on the DCM, let's switch O2 actuator to press and verify auto actuator press.
EV2's in press.
EV1's in press.
Right, copy. Both of you are on press. And then Woody, check EV hatch MPEV closed.
EV hatch MPEV is closed.
All right, next I'm going to actuate the IV hatch equalization valve, and you just tell me how comfortable is the rate.
Copy.
How is that going?
Steve, how is it for you?
I'm good with it.
I'm good as well, Sultan. Feels great.
Our official end time for today's spacewalk is 2:17 p.m. Eastern Time, 1:17 p.m. Central Time, for a total duration of 5 hours and 35 minutes.
Here, Steve, we're full up at 4, expecting a later on.
Copy.
You are hearing the noise of the repressurization process.
Okay, we're going to hold here for 2 minutes for the pressure to stabilize.
The crew lock portion of the airlock is currently at about 5.1 psi, and we are going to hold here for it to stabilize. The crew will now perform leak checks to make sure that that portion of the airlock is stable. You are seeing Emirati Space Agency astronaut Sultan Al-Nayati on the equipment lock portion of the airlock. On the other side of that hatch are our spacewalkers.
Okay, Woody and Steve, Check switch glove heaters are both off.
Glove heaters off, EV1. Off, EV2.
And check if you have any contaminations on those gloves and report to Houston.
Negative contamination.
No contamination, EV2.
Negative contamination. So on the DCM, take auto actuator to IV.
Auto actuator IV, EV2.
And IV for EV1.
Copy EV1 and 2, auto actuator to IV. We'll start to continue the repress.
Sounds great.
Those leak checks were successful. You are hearing the sound of that repressurization process continuing. We are approaching 10 psi. The goal is to reach about equal with the equipment lock and the rest of the space station, which is at around 14.7 psi. .1 psi.
When the pressure is equivalent to 0, expect an alert on.
Copy. Copy, Sultan.
The 265th spacewalk in support of the International Space Station's assembly, maintenance, and upgrades is complete. This was the 8th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year and the 6th for the Expedition 69 crew. Cumulatively, all spacewalks in support of the International Space Station have now totaled 1,683 hours and 27 minutes. That's equivalent to about 70 days, 3 hours and 27 minutes of straight spacewalking. Today's spacewalk was the second of NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg's career. He has now accumulated 11 hours and 38 minutes of spacewalking. It was the 10th spacewalk of NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's career. He has now accumulated a total of 65 hours and 57 minutes of spacewalking.
And Houston airlock for step 4.
This has put him as the third all-time aggregate of spacewalking time. Today's spacewalk.
And IV hydrophilizer valve will be set to off, confirming the audio configuration here.
Copy, Sultan. I'll let you know when you guys go cold, Mike.
The repressurization process is complete and the hatch is open. NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is entering first into that equipment lock area, being greeted by his fellow Expedition 69 crewmates. On the right, you see NASA astronaut Frank Rubio, and at the bottom is Emirati Space Agency astronaut Sultan Al-Nayati. Rubio and Al-Nayati will assist our spacewalkers back into this equipment lock, and then they will help them start to take off their EMUs. EMU stands for Extravehicular Activity Mobility Unit. These spacesuits have served as essentially a personal spacecraft for the spacewalkers while they were outside the space station in the vacuum of space. They have just taken off the SAFER unit from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen.
And Station Houston, just want to let you know we have reconfigured comms. EV crew is no longer hot mic.
SAFER stands for Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. This is not their life support unit. That is a different backpack on the spacesuit. SAFER is essentially a life jacket for spacewalks. It has small thrusters that the astronaut could use in the unlikely event that they become untethered from the space station. And this is a live view from the mission control team here in Houston after a very successful spacewalk that ended ahead of schedule and with numerous additional tasks completed. NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is safely secured to the side of the equipment lock. He is waiting on now his crewmate, NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg, to be retrieved from the crew lock. He is being pulled now into the equipment lock. Both the equipment lock and the crew lock are a part of the airlock. They are in the Quest airlock. The other airlock on board the International Space Station is called the Poisk airlock. That safer unit is being removed from NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. NASA astronaut Frank Rubio making sure that Woody Hoburg is secure on that equipment lock wall. NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and Emirati Space Agency astronaut Sultan Al-Nayadi are now assisting with removing the gloves from the spacewalkers. After they remove the gloves, they will move on to removing helmets. Once those helmets are off, we will wrap our coverage for today. And with helmets off and our crew safely back inside, we will wrap up our coverage for today. We have some milestones to go over with you. This was the United States EVA 88. Our start time this morning was 8:42 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:42 a.m. Central Time, with an end time of 2:17 p.m. Eastern Time, 1:17 p.m. Central Time, for a total spacewalking time of 5 hours and 35 minutes. NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen successfully installed the 6th International Space Station RoIl-Out solar array to augment power generation for the 1B power channel on the station's starboard 6 truss structure. Today's installation of the 6th IROSA is only 1 day shy of the 2-year anniversary of the first IROSA installation that happened on June 16, 2021. Our next spacewalk is going to be a Russian EVA number 59. That is going to take place on Thursday, June 22nd. Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin will be participating in that spacewalk. You can tune in next week at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, 8:45 a.m. Central Time. That is when our coverage will start. The spacewalk will begin at 10:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 9:20 a.m. Central Time. With that, thank you for joining us. This is Mission Control Houston.